is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second. The throw. In time.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
A rubber match at Rogers Center. The Blue Jays absolutely demolished the Reds yesterday, 10-3. The 5-homer performance helped Toronto even up the series heading into tonight. Hi, everybody. Thanks for tuning in for this final game of 3 against the Cincinnati Reds. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host and producer tonight. Andrew Adams and Stephen Coyle are our technical directors. Toronto Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Stephenville and Grand Falls, Windsor, Newfoundland. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com. Canada's #1 rust protection. The Blue Jays give the ball tonight to Yariel Rodriguez, who gave up 3 long balls in his last start, but generally has been good over the last few months. Veteran Nick Martinez goes for the Reds, a righty who's given up only 3 earned runs in his last 18 innings. First pitch from downtown Toronto is next. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, streaming on the Sportsnet app, sportsnet.ca, and across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your...
Cheers, Insiders. Thanks for hanging out with us today for the Toronto Blue Jays game. We really appreciate you guys being in the chat, cheering on our Toronto Blue Jays or rooting on the other team. Makes it more fun with a little bit of trash talk. Really appreciate you being here. Please take a second to make sure you've smashed that like button down below. Exit out of the chat. See if you've hit that thumbs up. If you have, thank you. If you haven't, come on, just do it now. It's free. It's an easy way to get more fans here in the chat to hang out with us. Let's get back to the baseball. Go Blue Jays, go. We'll see you in the chat.
Where you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah!
Ray Hudson here with an important announcement. You can listen to your favorite SiriusXM FC shows on the all-new SiriusXM app. Now available for all subscribers.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
1-1. Swing and a fly ball center field. Going back, Friedel at the track, at the wall. That ball is gone. Leo Jimenez with his first home run at Rogers Center and his third of his major league career makes it 9-1.
You've really tapped into your power lately. 3 homers in your last 6 games. What's allowing you to find the barrel right now?
I think just working on my zone, be able to just bring the pitcher to my zone and just work from there.
That was Sportsnet's Arden Zwelling talking to Leo Jimenez after yesterday's game. Leo, part of the surprise power outburst for the Blue Jays. They hit 5 home runs and beat the Cincinnati Reds 10-3. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Now the challenge, Chris, is always in baseball, the follow-up. Can the Blue Jays get a lot more thump again today?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really difficult to have that same offensive output today. They're coming up against a pitcher in Nick Martinez who has walked 0 batters in his last 23 innings pitched. You mentioned it earlier, 3 earned runs in his last 18 innings pitched. This guy is a pitcher. Not really overpowering stuff, but he hits all quadrants of the strike zone, up and in, down and away, down and in. He's a good pitcher.
And for the Reds, who have been sliding a little bit, he has been one of the constants in that rotation and really one of the drivers of Reds wins recently. Speaking of the Reds sliding, let's take a look at the Bet365 standings. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Blue Jays are 59-67, 14.5 back of the division leading Baltimore Orioles in the American League East. The Reds 12.5 back of the Brewers in the NL Central at 61-65. And now Cincinnati 6.5 out of a wild card spot after the loss yesterday. And with only 30-odd games remaining, things are slipping a little bit on the Reds, but they will try and get back on track today. Who's going to be in the lineup, Chris, for David Bell's team?
Well, for the Cincinnati Reds, leading off and playing second base is Jonathan India. Ellie De La Cruz will play shortstop and bat second. Batting third is Tyler Stevenson. He's behind the plate. In the cleanup spot is TJ Friedel. He'll be in center field. In left field is Spencer Steer. He'll bat fifth. Batting sixth is Ty France. He'll be at first base. DHing is Santiago Espinal. He'll bat seventh. Batting eighth is Will Benson. He'll be in right field. And batting ninth is Noelvi Marte. He'll play third base. On the mound for the Cincinnati Reds is Nick Martinez. For the Toronto Blue Jays, leading off and DHing is George Springer. Batting second is Dalton Varsho. He'll be in center field. Batting third and playing third base again tonight is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. In the cleanup spot is Spencer Horwitz. He'll be at first base. Batting fifth is Ernie Clement. He'll play shortstop. Playing second base and batting sixth is Leo Jimenez. Batting seventh is Addison Barger. He'll be in right field. In left field, batting eighth is Davis Schneider. And batting ninth behind the plate is Brian Servin. On the mound for the Toronto Blue Jays is Yariel Rodriguez.
14th start of the Major League career of Yariel Rodriguez. In his rookie season has a 3.93 ERA and a whip of 1.29. Lots of strikeouts, walks a little bit high through his 55 innings. And the last start for him in Chicago was a bit of a mixed bag against the Cubs. Only allowed 4 hits in 5 innings, but 3 of those 4 hits were home runs, and he ended up giving up 4 runs in the start.
Well, I think the biggest thing for Yariel is just don't try to do too much. He has great stuff. He has great off-speed pitches. We've seen that. There's been a little bit of a speed bump here and there in his rookie season. But when he gets into trouble, it almost looks like he's trying to overthrow his fastball, which means he throws it arm side high. He falls behind those hitters, and he has to come back with something over the heart of the plate.
Rodriguez makes a pitch to the plate, his final warm-up. Brian Servin throws it down to second, and we are about to get started in the first inning. The first inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Blue Jays in their pitch blue City Connect uniforms today. The Reds in the road grays for the third straight game, and Jonathan India leads off once again for Cincinnati. Right-handed hitter and second baseman with an open stance. Into the wind, the pitcher Rodriguez. He kicks and delivers. First pitch in the zone, strike one. Time of the first pitch today, 7:08 Eastern. Roof is open. It's 20 degrees with clear skies in downtown Toronto. 0-1. Swing and a foul back into the netting. 2 fastballs to start Rodriguez's day, 0-2.
Yeah, 93, 94. That's pretty good. Sometimes we'll see him start off a ball game at 91, 92. That velo is pretty good.
2 types of fastballs for Rodriguez, 4-seamer and sinker, 2 breaking balls, slider and curve, and throws the off-speed pitch, a splitter. His 0-2. Bounce to breaking ball, off the plate away. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And we've also seen him get ahead of batters 0-2 like he is to India, and then try to do too much, try to nibble. You got ahead in the count 0-2. Just throw those same pitches. It's not rocket science.
1-2 pitch is lifted to shallow center field. Shortstop Clement going out, but he's waved off by Dalton Varsho, the center fielder, who brings it in for the first out. Umpiring today's game, Mark Ripperger behind the plate. Alex McKay is at first. The crew chief Lance Barrett mans second, and at third base, Roberto Ortiz. 1 out, base is empty, no score in the top of the first inning. Here's Ellie De La Cruz. Right on left, the pitch. Breaking ball for strike one. Switch hitter De La Cruz bats from the left side. Had 2 hits yesterday, or pardon me, 1 hit yesterday, a triple in 3 at-bats. 0-1. Up top, 1 ball, 1 strike. De La Cruz, a .258 hitter, 28 doubles, 8 triples, 21 home runs. Also leads Major League Baseball with 59 stolen bases. 1-1 pitch. Check swing. He did go around, says Mark Ripperger on that curveball low of the zone. 1-2.
2 pretty good curveballs in this at-bat to De La Cruz. They started down the middle, and both of them broke out of the strike zone. I'd love to go something hard here.
Rodriguez into the wide. Hesitates and delivers. Missed outside through the splitter, which he does throw fairly hard at 89. Missed there to make it 2-2. You were looking more for a fastball?
Something up at the hands. De La Cruz is a big guy, loves to get extended. I feel like that outside splitter is an easy pitch for him to get to.
2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Goes back to the breaking ball with a slider this time and gets De La Cruz out in front, 2 down.
And all 3 of those off-speed pitches were located perfectly. That last slider started on the inside part of the plate, almost thigh high, and broke out of the strike zone underneath the bat of De La Cruz. Like I said, he's a big boy. It's really hard for him to get to those inside pitches.
So he goes down for the first Rodriguez strikeout of the day. Here's Tyler Stevenson with 2 outs. 10th pitch of the inning. Hit in the air, foul behind home plate. 0-1. Stevenson catching a 3rd straight game in this series, batting 3rd once again. Hitting just below .250 with 16 homers. 0-1. Outside. Stevenson's been one of the most productive Reds catchers in a while this season. His 16 home runs, most by a Reds backstop in 10 years. 1-1. Called strike 1 and 2.
I'll definitely take those numbers. 248, 16 home runs, 48 RBIs. If you can catch and you can put up those numbers, you're going to be getting paid.
Not since Devin Mesoraco in 2014 as a Reds catcher hit this many homers in a year. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a foul off to the right.
95 with that fastball at the top of the strike zone. Stevenson just getting a piece of it. Maybe go back to that thing just a little bit higher.
Rodriguez steps to the left, brings his glove up, kicks and delivers. Went down and away with a slider, but Stevenson wouldn't budge. 2-2.
I'm having a tough time figuring out what Yariel's going to throw tonight.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, all of his pitches so far have been tight. There's good rotation on them, so you can't really complain, but I'm having a hard time getting a read on him.
2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Doubles up on the slider and gets Stevenson to chase to end the inning. A 1-2-3, top of the first with a pair of strikeouts. We go scoreless to the bottom of the first where Nick Martinez takes the mound for the Reds. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com. At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting, because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Barrios retires 7 in a row
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Show Ali, our host and producer, Andrew Adams, and Stephen Coyle, our technical directors. Nick Martinez on the mound for the Reds. No score, bottom of the first. The righty kicks and delivers to George Springer, who bounces it foul. 0-1. Ninth start of the year, 35th appearance overall for Martinez, who's been in and out of the rotation. 6-6 overall with a .325 earned run average. 0-1. Swing and a fly ball. Deep left field. Steer going back at the track, at the wall. That ball's out of here. Leadoff home run number 60 in the career of George Springer gives the Blue Jays a 1-0 lead.
George Springer didn't get all of that baseball, but he got just enough. Got it out of here by about 3 or 4 inches. Hit a moonshot into that bullpen in left field for a leadoff home run.
Dalton Varsho up to the plate, takes strike 1. One nothing Blue Jays. Martinez delivers, and the pitch is low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, I said on the pregame show that it'll be tough to continue that power surge.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
5 home runs for the Blue Jays yesterday. Here's the 1-1. It's inside to Varsho. 2 balls, 1 strike. Blue Jays just really love hitting against the Reds, it seems. For Toronto, that 5-homer game yesterday was their first since exactly a year prior when they hit 5 home runs off Hunter Green in Cincinnati. Varsho takes a strike. It's 2-2. Martinez kicks, delivers. Varsho hits it on the ground, and a sliding stop at first by France. Gets up, throws to the covering pitcher, who points back to Ty France in acknowledgement of the nice play down the right field line. France backed up and slid to stop it, made the flip, and there's 1 out.
Yeah, the hardest part about that play was dealing with the bag. That ball bounced over first base. Ty France made the play and then made an absolute perfect throw to Nick, covering.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up, 1 out, 1-0 Blue Jays. Bottom of the first. The pitch. Outside, ball 1. Guerrero with a pair of hits yesterday. Not his typical type of hits. Rolled a couple balls up the middle. 1-0. Just a little bit low. 2 balls, no strikes. Those hits boosted Guerrero's average to a team-leading .318. 33 doubles, 26 homers. 2-0 pitch. Outside, ball 3. Martinez going with the sinker that time, missed. It's 4-seamer, cutter, sinker, change curve, and slider for the righty. 3-0. Guerrero taken all the way, takes strike 1.
That was actually a cutter from Martinez, a 3-0 cutter right down the middle. That just shows you the type of confidence that he has in all of his pitches.
His 3-1. Inside, ball 4. Guerrero will take a walk in the first.
And that is the first walk given up by Nick Martinez in 23 1/3 innings pitched. It's pretty incredible.
He's had a really good run as of late. He entered today with 12 scoreless innings in a row on the road, made 2 road starts when he got back into the Reds rotation. But the first batter he faced, George Springer, went deep. It's 1-0 Blue Jays. Runner on first, 1 out. Spencer Horwitz swings at the first pitch and launches it to deep right. Benson jogging back, and Horwitz has left the yard. Second home run of the first inning for the Blue Jays. Second homer in as many days for Spencer Horwitz, and it's 3-0 Toronto.
Well, Nick Martinez tried to sneak a cutter in there up at the hands of Spencer Horwitz. And Spencer Horwitz was way too quick. He drilled that thing into the second deck in right field over that Reds bullpen. I guess that power surge is continuing.
For Horwitz, his 8th home run of the season. He now has twice as many homers in the majors as he had in the minors, albeit with more major league games played. Ernie Clement up with 1 out, takes strike 1.
That was an absolute no-doubter. Spencer Horwitz flipped the bat. He took a look, walked about 3 or 4 slow steps. That's a good feeling.
0-1. Check swing, called strike, 0-2. Clement got the day off yesterday, back in and playing short today. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a foul back. Last time Ernie was at the plate, he homered. That was in the 9th inning of Game 1 of this series off Reds closer Alexis Diaz. 0-2. Swing and a pop-up in front of the second baseman, India, who jogs forward and makes the catch. 2 outs.
Pretty awkward swing right there from Ernie Clement. A weak pop-up to the infield. That's a good changeup, a right-on-right changeup. You'll actually see that quite often from Nick Martinez. But like I said earlier, he's comfortable throwing any pitch in any count. He only has 10 walks in 97 innings pitched this year.
Walked Guerrero in this inning, and it hurt him. Giving up a home run on the next pitch to Horwitz. 2 outs, base is empty. The pitch to Leo Jimenez, strike 1.
So I guess he has 11 walks in 97 and 2/3 innings.
Still pretty good. 3-0 Blue Jays in the bottom of the first. Righty winds and delivers. Bounces it to the backstop. Martinez is a veteran. First pitched in the majors in 2014. 1-1. Inside 2-1. There is a 4-year stint in the middle of there. Pitched a couple years with Texas, then went for that 4-year stint in Japan, and then returned to the majors in 2022. 2-1. Swing and a pop-up right side foul into the seats. 2-2.
He played for the SoftBank Hawks. A lot of people think that the Tokyo Giants are the New York Yankees of Japanese baseball, but I like to think that the SoftBank Hawks are. They spend the most money anyways.
That was exactly what Jeff Blair was debating today.
So
in the middle of his show was who are the Yankees of the Nippon Professional Baseball League.
So maybe they're the New York Mets, because the Mets they spend a lot of money too.
Yeah, that's kind of new though. It's kind of new. 2-2. Foul tip held on to by Tyler Stevenson, and that'll do it. For the first inning, the Blue Jays scored 3 runs on 2 hits. Homers by George Springer and Spencer Horwitz give the Blue Jays a 3-0 lead after the first. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Everything a football fan needs is on the SiriusXM app. The biggest college football games.
Holy smokes, what a play!
Every NFL game with your hometown announcers.
It's a miracle in Las Vegas!
Winning fantasy football advice from the experts on Fantasy Sports Radio.
I'm just not overpaying for quarterbacks in a Superflex league.
And passionate personalities on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
I don't want to hear it. You're not winning a championship. Can we mellow out? Let's move on, please.
No matter how you follow football, it's all on the SiriusXM app.
I am all in, baby!
I'm Peter Bergen, a national security journalist, author, and host of the Audible podcast In the Room. Each week, I bring you direct from the source reporting on the most important and perplexing issues facing our world today, like how local election officials can ensure the integrity of the voting process, why people are drawn to conspiracy theories, and whether international sanctions ever really make a difference. Just search In the Room in the SiriusXM app.
Feel the thrill of the Premier League on SiriusXM FC.
Arsenal running riot. A quick fire double from Chelsea.
Hear every pulse-pounding moment.
Haaland scores the hat-trick. Brilliant left-foot strike by Salah. What a goal by Marcus Rashford.
From the world's most exciting league.
Absolutely glorious from Tottenham Hotspur.
Manchester United turn it round.
All on your radio home for the beautiful game.
If you like soccer, you are in the right place.
The Premier League lives on SiriusXM FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Turbin at your 24/7 home for hoops all year long is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 and the SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
Radio Network.
3-0 Blue Jays, top of the second inning, and TJ Friedel leading off for the Reds at Rogers Center. Yariel Rodriguez into the wind. Here's his pitch. Strike one. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks so much for tuning in. Rodriguez is 0-1. Friedel takes in 1-1 strike. TJ Friedel, the center fielder, bats from the left side. Blue Jays shifted way over to pull, except Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the third baseman, in on the turf watching a bunt. 1-1. Low ball 2. Blue Jays have pretty consistently watched for the bunt against Friedel, although Friedel hasn't tried it yet in this series. Hitless yesterday, but had 3 hits in game 1, and now takes another pitch low, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. .233 batter, 10 home runs in 50 games for Friedel. 3-1 pitch. Outside ball 4, a leadoff walk.
That's where Yariel tends to get himself into trouble. He'll fall behind, trying to nibble, trying to make the perfect pitch. Just throw that heater, just throw that mid-90s fastball down in the zone. TJ Friedel will hit a ground ball or a pop-up somewhere. But you don't want to nibble, especially this early in the ball game, because your pitch count will go up, and then you only pitch 4 or 5 innings like he's done so often this season.
5 innings in his last start. Now from the stretch, the pitch to Spencer Steer, hit back foul, 0-1. And the Blue Jays just gave Rodriguez the leadoff 2 homers, one from George Springer and one from Spencer Horwitz. We saw yesterday Jose Barrios get very aggressive as the Blue Jays kept expanding their lead. Throw over to first and a dive back in by TJ Friedel, who's stolen 6 bases in 50 games.
But I think that's the difference between Yariel Rodriguez, who is a rookie, and Jose Barrios, who has pitched for 10 years in the big leagues. They're comfortable throwing that heater down in the zone, especially with a big lead.
Yariel's 0-1. Just missed high. Could have been called a strike, but it's 1-1. Steer, a right-handed hitter, hitting just above .230. Tied for the team lead in doubles with 28. Also has 18 homers and leads the Reds in RBIs, 77. 1-1 pitch. Takes outside, 2 balls and 1 strike.
There's a big hole on the right side of the infield. Leo Jimenez is playing almost directly behind second base, and then Spencer Horwitz is holding on at first base there. But if I'm Spencer Steer, I'm trying to shoot that hole on the right side.
Next pitch to Steer at the knees with the slider. Called strike, makes it 2-2. Steer does pull it a lot. Over 40% of the balls he puts in play are pulled. Only hits it opposite field about a quarter of the time. 2-2. Went around on a high fastball. Strike 3. Tried to hold up but couldn't, and that'll be the 3rd Rodriguez strikeout of this start.
And that fastball right there almost cut at the end. You'll see Yariel Rodriguez do that from time to time. He gets on the side of the fastball, and then it almost becomes a hard cutter. That one right there, 94 miles an hour above the strike zone. And Steer couldn't hold up.
He knew it right away, started walking back to the dugout, and trades places now with Ty France, who's batting for the Reds. Runner on first, 1 out, pitch home. High ball 1, and a fake throw to first by Brian Servin. Big secondary lead by TJ Friedel, the runner. So Servin just gets Friedel's jersey a little bit dirty as he fakes a throw over there to get him to dive back.
Sometimes that's half the battle, getting the jersey dirty.
Yeah.
Annoying the runner so they don't steal. Getting some dirt in their shoes, maybe.
1-0. Swing and a high fly ball left center field. Curling back Schneider. Varsho back as well. Waves off Schneider and makes the catch just in front of the warning track. 2 outs.
Pretty good pitch from Yariel. A slider down in the zone. Ty France almost got it out of here. That thing was about 10 feet from the wall out in left center, but Dalton Varsho with the easy catch.
Now 2 outs in the top of the second. Second inning presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Some sort of equipment thing going on with Santiago Espinal prior to stepping in, so he asked for time before the at-bat started to avoid a pitch clock violation, but now Espinal in the box. Friedel on first in the pitch. Up and in, ball one.
Another pretty nice ovation for Espy.
Third day that Espinal is in the lineup and playing against the Blue Jays. Had, of course, never played against Toronto, spending his entire Major League career with the Blue Jays until this season. 1-0. Called strike. Talked to Espinal a little bit before the game. He's enjoying his time in Cincinnati. A lot of good young players he was talking about. He's getting to move around a little bit. Third base, second base, shortstop. 1-1. Runner takes off from first. Pitch is high, a ball. Throw down to second. And they caught him. Brian Servant on the money. Gets TJ Friedel. Second runner caught stealing in this series. The Reds still without a stolen base here in Toronto this week. And that is how the top of the second comes to a close. Servant to Jimenez to get TJ Friedel. And still the Blue Jays on top, 3-0, middle of 2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays are inviting you to work from Dome. Put it in your calendar. 307 weekdays starts this season. You can work from Dome with friends or coworkers at Rogers Center. It's a game changer. Make the ballpark your office for the afternoon. Work from Dome, 307 weekday starts. Let's touch base. Check out ticket options on BlueJays.com/workfromdome.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
George Springer has given the Blue Jays the lead once again.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home half of the second inning, 3-0 Blue Jays over the Reds at Rogers Center. Addison Barger leading off for Toronto, and the first pitch is waved at and missed. 0-1. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Chris LaRue. Nick Martinez trying to settle in after 2 homers and 3 runs allowed in the first. Righty steps back, delivers, and Addison Barger hits it foul, 0-2. A bit feast or famine so far for Addison Barger in 38 Major League games. 175 hitter, but 8 doubles, 3 home runs, and 16 RBIs.
Well, he hasn't been great with 2 strikes. I would love to see him just shorten up just a little bit.
0-2 pitch is poked on a soft line to second, leaping catch by India. 1 out.
That actually wasn't too bad right there. You could see him shorten up that swing. A changeup, a pretty good changeup from Nick Martinez. He stayed on it, tried to hit it over the second baseman, Jonathan India, but just didn't quite get it.
So a good start to this inning for Martinez, who gave up a leadoff homer to George Springer in the first. 1 out, bases empty. Here's Davis Schneider. First pitch hit back foul, 0-1. Schneider hitting 199, 18 doubles, 10 home runs. 3-0 Blue Jays in the bottom of the second. They're shifted to pull for Schneider. Here's the 0-1. Check swing, called strike at the bottom of the zone. Threw him the changeup right on right, and it's 0-2. Two-strike pitch. Swing and a looper to shallow center field. Coming in, Friedel. He'll make the catch veering toward right center, and there are 2 outs.
That's such a tough sequence when you get that right-on-right changeup down in the zone, and then you just get absolutely eaten up with a sinker on the inside part. Even if you're hot, even if things are going well for you, that is a tough sequence, and Davis Schneider got eaten up on that last fastball.
He jogs back into the dugout, and Brian Servin steps up to the plate with 2 outs and the bases empty. The pitch. Strike 1. Servin with a heck of a throw in the top of the second inning. Caught TJ Friedel stealing to end that frame. 0-1. Ugly swing and a miss on a bouncing pitch, 0-2. Blue Jays fans have won more than $7.5 million on Jays Care 50/50 jackpots this season, and this Sunday you could be next. The grand prize is over $210,000, and that number will skyrocket over the next 4 games. Visit BlueJays.com/50/50 to get your tickets from Ontario or Nova Scotia. 3-0 Blue Jays, bottom of the second. Martinez winds and delivers. 0-2 is bounced foul off to the left.
I think at the beginning of the series, it was 97,000, and now it's at 211,000.
I was going to say, in 2 days, it's more than doubled, and you can kind of see the impact. It grows slower when the team's on the road, but when people see the jackpot at Rogers Center, it goes really quickly. And still 3 more games before Sunday's game to build the jackpot. 0-2 is ripped at and missed by Servin. Strike 3. It's a 1-2-3 bottom of the second for Nick Martinez. Blue Jays still holding on to that 3-0 lead as we go to the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza, and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit ConnexOntario.ca.
This is Jose Berrios, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Stephenville and Grand Falls, Windsor, Newfoundland. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com. Canada's #1 rust protection. Yariel Rodriguez delivers home and drops in a curveball for strike 1 against Santiago Espinal. 0-1. 3-0 Blue Jays. Espinal back up. He was up at the plate at the end of the top of the second. 0-1. Check swing, pitch outside, appeal to first. He did go around, says Alex McKay. It's 0-2.
Espinal hit just 173 in June, but then he hit 432 in July.
It's culminated in his average now being in the 250s. 8 home runs for Espinal. 0-2. Swing and a foul back. Been on a really nice run, and that's part of the reason he draws a start today at designated hitter. never once started at DH as a Blue Jay. This is his 5th DH start as a Red. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Out in front of the slider, and that's the 4th. Rodriguez strikeout already through 2 1/3.
Well, that slider's been pretty good tonight. That one right there might have been his best one. Started at the bottom of the strike zone and then took a hard left turn. And to get Santiago Espinal, who is seeing the ball very well, to take a swing like that means that slider is pretty sharp.
He's used it for 3 of the 4 strikeouts so far. Here's Rodriguez's pitch now to Will Benson. Bounced it to the plate, 1-0. Benson, a late introduction to the lineup. Jake Fraley scratched from the lineup just before the game. Benson enters in his spot defensively and batting 8th. He's the right fielder today. 1-0. Outside ball 2.
Did you see Will Benson taking batting practice today?
I didn't catch it, but knowing what type of hitter he is, I can imagine that he was making a lot of loud contact.
I'm not even talking about that.
2-0. Outside ball 3.
He was in a basketball jersey, and keep in mind, this guy is 6'5", 230 pounds. He might be the biggest man I have ever seen in my life in just terms of aesthetic.
You played with Giancarlo Stanton.
No. Will Benson is bigger than him.
3-0. Just off the plate outside, ball 4. It's a 4-pitch walk. Benson down to first, and here's Noelvi Marte coming up now for the Reds, drawing a 2nd straight start at 3rd.
And those are the kind of lapses that Yariel Rodriguez tends to have. He looks like an all-star with one batter, and then all of a sudden he'll lose the next batter, just like Will Benson there, 4 straight balls. And you kind of scratch your head and wonder why that's happening.
Pitch to Marte is popped up foul territory near first, and Spencer Horwitz brings it in. 2 outs.
I just think it's a mental thing where you relax too much. You think, okay, I got the first out, the toughest out of the inning. Now I can relax, I can take a breather, and then all of a sudden it's 3-0, and then you start to speed up again, and then there's a guy on first.
Good bounce back though to get Marte in 1 pitch, and now the top of the order back up with Benson on first and 2 outs. Here's Jonathan India from the stretch. The pitch. Swing and a fly ball down the right field line. Slicing foul. Horwitz racing back near the netting, but that one drops into the fans. 0-1. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Timber Mart always has someone on deck to help you with any home improvement projects. Before you begin renovating, visit the team at Timber Mart. They've got the know-how to make sure you come out swinging on your next project. Timber Mart, Canada's building center. Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue on hand at Rogers Center. 0-1 pitch. India cuts and misses, 0-2. And I hate to say it, Chris, but fall is kind of knocking on the door again. It's a little bit chilly today, a little bit windy here at Rogers Center. 20 degrees at first pitch, but it feels cooler than that.
Guardian breakdowns and expert drafts.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
Going deep down the right side, got a man, caught, touchdown Cowboys!
The road to a fantasy football championship begins with Fantasy Sports Radio. Channel 87 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM.
Let's go, baby!
We're back on the track Saturday,
6:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Coke Zero Sugar 400 from Daytona International Speedway on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Oh, yeah!
Get closer to everything that moves you, wherever you are, with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yes!
Our goal is to win the Super Bowl. That's it for us.
Hear every stop of the 2024 training camp tour on NFL Radio Channel 88, the all-new SiriusXM app.
Radio Network.
Home half of the third inning. Welcome back to Rogers Center. Blue Jays up 3-0 on the Cincinnati Reds. Nick Martinez on the mound, delivers to George Springer and misses inside, ball one. Abed Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Springer with a leadoff home run in the first. 1-0. Takes a strike on a breaking ball. Actually make that the changeup. It's 1-1. Martinez kicks, delivers, and hits the bottom of the zone with a cutter. 1 ball and 2 strikes. For Springer, that home run in the first was his 60th career leadoff homer. 1-2 pitch, hit in the air, foul down the right field line into the seats. It was his 19th leadoff homer as a Blue Jay, which means he's 1 away from tying Devon White for the most leadoff home runs in Blue Jays history. 1-2. Bounce to the plate, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now, in terms of getting to the leadoff home run record in Major League Baseball, that's an uphill climb. Springer on 60. Ricky Henderson had 81. 2-2. Low ball 3. Springer asks for time, takes a step out of the batter's box, and now walks back in. 2 taps to the plate, brings the bat up toward the sky. 3-2. Swing and a bouncer back to the mound. Nice stab by Martinez, who gets off the hill and flips it over to first. And France will step on the bag for the first out.
Pretty nice play right there from Nick Martinez. Although Jonathan India was playing right behind him, he was playing right behind second base. Sometimes as a pitcher, you have to know where your infield's playing and kind of just let that ball through, let Jonathan India make the easy play, that easy throw to first base. But a nice play from Nick Martinez.
Martinez has really settled in, it looks like, since the 2 home runs allowed in the first. His pitch to Dalton Varsho bounces ball 1. For Martinez, it was a homer to Springer, then he got Varsho out, a walk to Vlad, and then a homer to Horwitz. But since then, he's retired 6 in a row. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Got Varsho leading forward on the changeup.
And part of the reason is that changeup. He has thrown it in any count. He's differed in speeds. He's changed the speeds just a little bit from 79 to 83 miles an hour, and a ton of drop to it as well.
1-1. Fouled off the glove of the catcher Stevenson. It's 1-2.
His fastball also has a little bit more zip than I remember.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting pretty good velocity right now on the four-seamer specifically. Averages about 93, but he'll touch 94, 95. 1-2. High. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Varsho, one of 3 left-handed hitters in the lineup for the Blue Jays. Changeup is specifically very tough on lefties for Martinez. His 2-2. Swing and a line drive, center field, and that's a base hit. Dalton Varsho catches a curveball on the outside corner and smokes it into left center, and now he's been on base in 19 straight games.
That's actually something you don't see all that often from Dalton Varsho, waiting back on that 12-6 curveball from Nick Martinez and drilling it the other way over the shortstop. I mean, that's a pretty solid approach from a guy that really doesn't use that part of the field all that much.
You can see the numbers slowly but surely climbing for Varsho. The pitch to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. High ball 1, and it pops out of the glove of Stevenson. Varsho scoots up to second on what should go down as a pass ball.
That was strange. Tyler Stevenson actually made it seem like he thought he caught that baseball. It popped out of his glove almost immediately, and he went in to get it with his bare hand and realized that there was no ball in there.
I don't think it was a cross-up. He was up there early enough. But it's a free 90 feet for the Blue Jays. Runner on second, 1-0 to Guerrero. Foul tip, strike 1. Vlad with a walk and a run scored. Has driven in 81 this year. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a fly ball, shallow center. Freezing and now moving in. Friedel makes the catch overhead. Varsho stays at second. 2 outs.
And that's the benefit of throwing that really good right-on-right changeup that Nick Martinez have. All you need to do is just throw that sinker on the inside part of the plate if the batter thinks changeup, and it's almost like it's 100 miles an hour. Vlad got eaten up by that 92-mile-an-hour fastball inside.
Martinez trying to strand Varsho now. Keep this 3-0 Blue Jays. Bottom of the third. Here's Spencer Horwitz. The pitch. Down and away, ball 1. Mentioned this after he hit the home run in the first. Horwitz now has double the homers in the majors that he had in the minors this year. 8 home runs with the Blue Jays. 1-0. Outside 2-0. Peek at Varsho by Martinez. Now the right on left pitch. High ball 3. And today in batting practice, Horwitz was just planting balls in the right field bullpen. That's the ball he hit in the first inning. 3-0. Outside ball 4. He'll take a 4-pitch walk.
I mean, Nick Martinez really wasn't close with any of those pitches. A guy that coming into this ballgame only had 10 walks and 97 innings pitched. He's now walked 2 guys today, and we're only in the 3rd inning. That's pretty rare for a guy like him.
It's been a weird day for Martinez in general with multiple walks and multiple homers allowed. If you go to all qualified pitchers in Major League Baseball, Martinez has the lowest walk rate, only walks 2.5% of the batters that he sees. And he's got the lowest barrel rate allowed, so he's given up the least hard contact of anyone who's qualified in the majors at around 4%. But today, a couple walks and a couple big Blue Jay swings have Toronto up 3-0. First and second, 2 outs, bottom of the third. The pitch to Ernie Clement is drilled left field. Steer backing up, and a third Blue Jays home run of the night. 3-run blast by Ernie Clement, who ambushed that first pitch cutter and doubles the Blue Jay advantage. It's 6-0 Toronto.
And this Blue Jays offense just keeps on coming. Ernie Clement with the good line drive home run. Another cutter that's left over the plate from Nick Martinez. The second time he did that. The first time was to Spencer Horwitz, and Ernie Clement didn't miss it.
Clement, Varsho, and Horwitz going back into the dugout. All 3 just scored to make it 6-0 Blue Jays. And now Leo Jimenez, first pitch swinging, hits it on the ground to Ellie De La Cruz at short. Throw to first is there in time, and that will do it for the 3rd inning. 3 runs on 2 hits for the Blue Jays. Ernie Clement with a 3-run homer, his 9th of the season, makes it 6-0 Blue Jays after 3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Embrace the power.
That is bold.
And speed of the NTT IndyCar Series on Sirius XM.
Joseph, you got it. Wins the Indy 500.
The season rolls on Sunday afternoon at 3 Eastern with the Grand Prix of Portland.
That was sweet.
Nice job, guys.
From the green to the checkers.
Flies under the twin checkers.
Hear every thrilling lap live on IndyCar Nation Channel 218, NBC Sports Audio Channel 85.
Alex Malone.
Thank you so much.
And on the all-new Sirius XM app. Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your Sirius XM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives.
Hey baseball fans, thanks for hanging out with us for this Toronto Blue Jays game. Really appreciate you being here, hanging out in the chat, listening to the game. That's what we do here every single night. Please make sure you are subscribed to this awesome community of Toronto sports fans. Turn on that little bell. Do not forget to turn that little bell on. That's actually really important because then you're going to get notified every single time the Toronto sports team is playing live, because we're live right here on TSI. Whether it's the Leafs, the Jays, the Argos, the Raptors, TFC coming soon, and the Buffalo Bills of the NFL. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Let's go Blue Jays.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Radio Network.
The fourth inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. 6-0 Blue Jays. First pitch of the fourth goes into Elly De La Cruz, and it's strike one. Yariel Rodriguez getting ahead. Rodriguez with a big lead now to pitch behind. Toronto up 6-0. Ernie Clement with a 3-run shot in the third. 0-1. De La Cruz takes inside. Rodriguez standing tall, first base side of the rubbers, steps to his left, pauses, and delivers home. Missed downstairs, 2-1.
This is a big inning for Yariel Rodriguez. He's up 6-0. The Blue Jays just scored 3 runs in the bottom of the third. You have to throw strikes. You have to throw that fastball down in the zone and do some ground balls.
2-1 pitch is a heater just off the plate away. Rodriguez looking to the right. Thought that one might have been in the zone. It's 3-1.
Didn't look like a strike to me. This is probably the worst case scenario, falling behind 3-1 to the first batter of an inning. You have to throw strikes here.
3-1 pitch hit deep down the left field line, foul, full count. De La Cruz, Stevenson, and Friedel to hit this inning for the Reds. 2-3-4. 3-2 pitch is hit hard up the middle. A ground ball into right center field for a base hit. De La Cruz takes off around first, headed for second. Throw coming into second by Varsho. They got him! De La Cruz down right now in a little bit of discomfort. Leo Jimenez checking on him as De La Cruz grips his right shoulder. I think the tag got him up high, but he appears to be all right. An oft-aggressive runner picked the wrong outfielder to run on. Probably the Gold Glover and center fielder, Dalton Varsho, gets him out.
Well, I have to admit, I enjoyed watching that play. Elly De La Cruz flying around first base, was thinking too the whole way. One of the league's best outfielders cutting that ball off and throwing a strike to Leo Jimenez at second base, but if you're De La Cruz, what are you doing? You're down 6-0 in the fourth inning. Stay at first base. There's no need to take that extra base.
So it'll go down as a single for De La Cruz, but an out for Yariel Rodriguez. Base is empty, and the pitch to Tyler Stevenson. Strike one.
Especially with no outs. If I'm David Bell, I'm definitely asking him what was he thinking during that play.
0-1 pitch. Check swing, called strike, 0-2.
But like you said, often aggressive.
And it works out for him a ton, but like you said, the situation of the game, they just need base runners.
Right.
6-0 Blue Jays, 1 out, top of the fourth, 0-2. High, 1 ball, 2 strikes. In a sec, we'll go to the out-of-town scoreboard, which is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in '92. Rib Sanity is on now until September 8th. All-you-can-eat ribs for just $27.99. Visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. 1-2 pitch runs up and in. Tyler Stevenson spinning out of the way and losing his helmet in the process. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes, and you understand Stevenson being a little bit jumpy. He was actually hit in the head a couple weeks ago by Nate Pearson in Pearson's Cub debut. Two. Swing and a foul back. On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, big news coming down around baseball about an hour ago. Joey Votto via Instagram has announced his retirement from professional baseball. 2-2. Down and away, ball 3.
What do you think about that? You love all things Canadian baseball.
I do, and I mean, it was a very exciting moment when Votto signed with the Blue Jays on the minor league deal. The line from Rodriguez and the 3-2. Swing and a liner headed to center, base hit for Tyler Stevenson, who's aboard with one out. And I think I go back to a lot of the things that Joey Votto said in spring training. He said he wanted to be treated like a normal minor leaguer. He wanted production to be there before being called up. And a lot of injuries, unfortunately, got in the way. And he never really produced a good run at the plate in the minor leagues. And so the Blue Jays, who also weren't in the race they thought that they'd be in when they signed him, never called him up. As TJ Friedel takes the first pitch low, ball one. And so I'm frankly not all that surprised that at this point, Votto, reading some of the writing on the wall, decided to hang it up.
Well, obviously, him and Ross Atkins had a chat in the last couple of days, and they came to that decision. I'm sure together.
1-0 pitch to Friedel, hits the top of the zone, 1 ball, 1 strike.
He was hitting 165 with a couple of home runs and 12 RBIs in the minor leagues this season. So like you said, the writing's kind of on the wall. Not really performing all that well.
1-1. Swing and a soft fly ball to shallow left field. Davis Schneider backs up and makes the catch, 2 outs. But this year aside, I mean, it is the official end of one of the greatest Canadian careers in the history of Major League Baseball. Votto with over 350 home runs and 2,100 hits. An MVP, nearly a 2-time MVP, one of the closest finalists in 2017. He finished second in MVP voting. An All-Star 6 different times, a Gold Glover. Pitch to Spencer Steer, up and in, ball 1. 2 outs, runner on first, 6-0 Blue Jays, top of the 4th. And so a lot of meaning with this game going on today, Blue Jays and Reds. Votto, one of the greatest Canadians in Major League history, and one of the great Cincinnati Reds in their franchise history, too. 1-0. Outside, 2-0.
Yeah, 17 years with the Cincinnati Reds. That alone is hard to do.
And he does end up, I don't know that a lot of Blue Jays fans will be happy with this, but he ends up being one of the rare players who plays out a long, successful career with one team. 2-0 pitch, called strike, 2-1.
He was born in Toronto in 1983. He was a second-round pick of the Cincinnati Reds in 2002. And he attended Richview Collegiate Institute in Etobicoke, Ontario.
2-1. Swing and a miss, 2-2. And you were there for some of the early Joey Votto days.
Well, we used to go to draft workouts together. He was drafted as an OAC. I think my year was the last of the OAC. I don't even know if you know what that is.
Yeah,
it's just grade 13.
2-2. Swing and a deep fly ball left field. If it stays fair for Steer, it's gone. And that ball is gone. Off of the ribbon scoreboard above the 200 level. A moonshot home run for Steer. And the Reds are on the board. It's 6-2 Blue Jays.
Well, that's why if you're Ellie De La Cruz, you don't try to take the extra base with nobody out, down 6-0, because you just want to get guys on base. You want to get some traffic because something like that can happen. Just a hanging slider from Yariel Rodriguez and Spencer Steer drilled that thing off the facing of the second deck out in left field. A moonshot.
19th home run of the season for Steer, who's now at 79 RBIs, and the Reds still in this one. 2 outs, top of the 4th, 6-2 Blue Jays. The pitch to Ty France, hit back foul, 0-1.
But to kind of put a pin in Joey Votto, I remember in 2000, 2001, when we were high school kids, 16, 17 years old, we would come to draft workouts at the Sky Dome when it was called the Sky Dome, and Joey Votto would be hitting 4th, 5th deck home runs as a 17-year-old kid. So no surprise to me that he went on to become a Hall of Fame baseball player.
0-1. France takes strike 2. And am I correct in saying that he would have been catching at that point?
We were both catching.
Yeah. And Russell Martin was at short?
Well, I don't think Russ was at those draft workouts. They probably had draft workouts in Quebec and closer to where he lived.
0-2 pitch hit foul on the ground.
But he was a catcher. I remember he wasn't a great catcher. He was drafted as a catcher, but And it's been 23 years since those draft workouts, but I can remember that he didn't have a lot of flexibility as a catcher. So I think that's what he struggled with. But as soon as he moved to first base, I mean...
0-2 pitch, high, 1-2. And no, it's going to be called strike 3, pardon me. France sat down on a delayed call, 6th strikeout for Yariel Rodriguez, but he does give up 2 runs on 3 hits. And the Reds are on the board. It's now 6-2 Blue Jays, middle of the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Sprinting back, Varsho curling at the track. He leaps, and he made the catch!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 4th inning, 6-2. The Blue Jays lead the Cincinnati Reds in this rubber match. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Addison Barger leading off for the Blue Jays. Took the first pitch up high, takes the second one on the outside edge, and it's a 1-1 count. Barger, Schneider, Servin, 7-8-9 for the Blue Jays against Nick Martinez. Righties 1-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Mentioned last time up for Barger, it's been feast or famine. He's 5 for his last 38, but all 5 are extra base hits. 1-2. Swing and a liner off the netting behind home plate.
And when he hits it hard and on a line. I think that's what the Blue Jays love so much about him is they see flashes of brilliance and then long stretches of kind of nothing.
1-2. Swing and another foul back into the screen.
But they know it's in there. I've seen it. They've seen it. And it's kind of fun to watch him run around the bases with that hair flying. The helmet always flies off.
He's hustling all the time. He's a quick guy despite the size. 1-2. Bounce to first base, picked up by France. Flip back to the pitcher Martinez, who just beats Barger to the first base bag. Huge punch out by Alex McKay at first base up, and there's one down.
But again, Addison Barger hustling down that first base line. Nick Martinez just beat him by a hair at first base. You can see him with a little smirk on his face. That's what he does. That's what Addison Barger does. 100% every single play.
Barger retired, 1 out, 6-2 Blue Jays, bottom of the 4th. Here's Davis Schneider, who flied out to center field in the second. The pitch. High ball 1.
I thought there was a chance that first base umpire Alex McKay punched Addison Barger. He was close.
He really went for it, I have to say. I appreciate it. He really went for it. Martinez rocks, delivers. Schneider takes down an away ball 2. On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, Yankees and Guardians played a long one yesterday. Guardians won in 12 innings. Back in action today. 2-0. Outside ball 3. Yankees are up 4-0 in the 4th on the back of 2 home runs. Chris, can you guess who hit the 2 home runs for the Yankees?
Well, normally I would say Jazz Chisholm, but he's on the IL. Juan Soto and
3-0 pitch.
And Aaron Judge.
Called strike 3-1. By a stroke of luck, you are correct, Chris. Juan Soto with his 36th, the Judge with his 46th.
I almost threw in Austin Wells, but I wasn't quite sure.
Yeah, well, it's probably a good idea to leave that one alone. 3-1, and it hit him. Or was it a foul ball? It actually might have hit him on the knob. Or maybe the handle of the bat. And it's just been that kind of stretch for Davis Schneider. It's 3-1, and a pitch is going to hit him, and instead it hits the wood of his bat. Hit right on the knob, and it's going to be 3-2.
I mean, that's just bad luck. You can see the frustration on Davis Schneider's face. Should have been ball 4, at least.
3-2 pitches lined up the middle into center field, a base hit. Schneider snaps in 0 for 26 with that swing, and now he's probably happy it hit the knob as he got the opportunity there to come up with a single.
Well, I wouldn't say he's probably happy. I would say he is definitely happy. A pretty good swing right there from Davis Schneider. One of the better swings I've seen him take over the last little while. A line drive up the middle. He's looking back at that dugout saying, finally, what do I have to do to get another one?
Schneider leads off first now, and Brian Servin's up. Pitch home. High ball 1. Servin producing a little bit more at the plate since coming back up for the second stint with the Blue Jays. Hitting .250 so far in August in limited at-bats. 1-0. Schneider takes off from first, and Servin hits it foul, 1-1. Believe that was a hit and run as Servin swung at a pitch well above the zone.
Yeah, that was definitely a hit and run. That was a sinker above the zone, in at the hands. A pitch that Brian Servin probably wouldn't swing at normally. Pretty obvious right there.
See if the Blue Jays try and do it again. A lot of space on that right side already for Servin. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Behind 93, it's 1-2.
Another big hole on the right side of the infield. Jonathan India shaded towards second base. And then the Reds are holding on Davis Schneider at first base as well.
Schneider with 4 stolen bases this year. Leads off first. 1-2 pitch from Martinez to Servin. Hit on the ground left side. Third baseman Marte picks it up. Throws to second 1. Over to first. Not in time. Fielder's choice. And there are 2 outs. Servin's hustling keeps the inning going.
What's your ideal temperature for a baseball game?
Warmer than today, I'll tell you that.
Folks, it's not that cold.
It's 19, feels like 16 according to the people.
That's a nice fall day.
Which isn't terrible. It's a little bit colder usually up in the booth than it is at the field level. I'm going to go with something like 24 to 26 degrees. Is kind of the sweet spot for me. First pitch to George Springer, low ball 1.
Well, you're in luck because this weekend it's absolutely going to be beautiful.
I was going to say, you've actually played Major League Baseball. What's the ideal weather for you?
I like it when it's like this. It's a little bit tackier. I tend to sweat on my forearm, so I don't want that sweat dripping down onto the baseball. When it gets to 28, 30 degrees, that's a little bit too warm for me.
1-0 pitch hit foul down the right field line, 1-1.
And obviously on nights like this, when it's 18 degrees, 20 degrees, you sweat a lot less, and there's no sweat dripping down onto the baseball. I know that's a little bit gross, but that's just the way it is.
That's the kind of stuff we want to hear. 1-1 pitch. Springer checks his swing on a pitch low. Appeal to first, he went around, says Alex McKay. That puts the count in the favor of Nick Martinez, the pitcher. It's 1-2.
Another emphatic call from Alex McKay over there at first base.
He's fired up tonight. Runner on first is Servin. 2 outs. 6-2 Blue Jays. Bottom of the 4th. The pitch. Springer takes upstairs. Ball 2. Two taps to the plate from the right-handed hitter, who's 1 for 2 with a home run and a ground out. 2-2 pitch. Inside and low, ball 3. Ty France walking toward the dugout. toward the mound, just letting the pitcher know, Martinez, that he's going to play way off the line and behind the runner Servin with a full count and 2 outs. Servin taking a huge lead, head start on the pitch, and it's down and away, ball 4. And for George Springer, that's a walk. He's aboard for the second time.
Pretty good AB right there from George Springer. You can really tell that he's seeing the ball well. A lot better than he did early on in this season when he struggled mightily, and he's gladly going to take that walk. That's the big thing about his success in the recent, 2 weeks, 3 weeks or so. He's willing to take the walk, and that's very important.
Springer on first, Servin on second, 2 outs. The pitch to Dalton Varsho. High and outside, ball 1. Varsho's 1 for 2 today, a single in the third and a ground out in the first. Batting average now at .214 for Varsho, who at times this year was fighting to stay above 200. 1-0. High, ball 2. Uncharacteristic day for Nick Martinez. 3 walks in 3 2/3 innings. His 2-0. Called strike, 2-1.
And keep in mind, coming into this ball game in 97 innings, he had 10 walks.
You just don't see days like this from Martinez very often. His 2-1, swinging a foul back, 2-2. And Red starters have had a lot of trouble recently. Certainly the recent injury to Hunter Green doesn't help. Martinez had been one of the more consistent Red starters over the last couple weeks. So this is really alarming for David Bell. 2-2. Called strike 3. Fastball on the inside edge, freezes Varsho. And Martinez gets a strikeout to get out of the inning. A hit and a walk, no runs for the Blue Jays, 2 left on. 6-2 is the Blue Jay lead as we go to the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Soak in the energy of endless summer nights in a beachside party paradise. Sounds of Ibiza, a channel featuring Afro House, techno, and what's trending from the island. Sounds of Ibiza, one of over 200 extra channels always available in the Sirius XM app. And now for a limited time on Channel 105 on most radios.
This is Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and host of the award-winning podcast, Black Diamonds. This week, we discuss Negro League statistics being integrated into the MLB record book.
This game, I realize how important it is to this country, to our history. Having the Negro Leagues included into all of this baseball history is as American as you can get.
Listen to Black Diamonds right now on the all-new Sirius XM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
The 5th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins awarded another 150 grants worth $20,000 each to entrepreneurs across Canada. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Thank you, Chris. 6-2 Blue Jays, top of the 5th inning. Yariel Rodriguez's first pitch to Santiago Espinal, hit foul off to the right, 0-1. Espinal, the number 7 hitter in the order, and DH, faces at 0-1 and takes it low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Eight home runs for Espinal this year is a career high. 1-1 pitch. High and outside, ball 2. He's had an impressive year. You can't totally ignore Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, too. It is a bit of a bandbox. Espinal even saying to me today, if you hit it 93 off the bat, it's leaving the yard in Cincinnati. 2-1 pitch hit foul, 2-2.
Don't be a downer.
That's what he said.
Come
I'm not, He's a very humble guy, so I think he was trying to downplay his season accomplishments. I can't imagine you loved pitching in Cincinnati.
No, I've actually only pitched there once, and ironically, Joey Votto popped out to left field to end that inning, and I'll take that all day long.
Absolutely. 2-2. Low ball 3.
But yeah, it is a scary place to pitch just because it's such a bandbox. So easy to hit home runs there. And I'm not exaggerating either.
3-2. Line to center field, and that's going to be a base hit for Espinal, who reached outside of the zone to hit that fastball. Got it a little bit off the end of the bat, but it's good for a leadoff single.
Yeah, it wasn't a terrible pitch from Yariel. A fastball up and away, and Santiago Espinal just using the big part of the field. That's part of the reason why he's been so good recently. Just drills that thing off the end of the bat, albeit, but still knows what he's doing with that pitch.
Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. That's Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. And for Espinal, hits in all 3 games in this series. He's on first, nobody out. Will Benson up. Rodriguez from the stretch, kicks and delivers. High ball 1. Benson's a 191 hitter this year with 12 home runs, 17 doubles, and 37 RBIs. (1-0). Swing and a miss. Fooled there by the slider well in front of it. It's 1-1.
And you do have to keep an eye on Espinal over there at first base. He's got 8 stolen bases this season.
Espinal kind of turned towards second in his lead. Rodriguez in the set and the pitch. Low ball 2. Reds have tried to steal once today. Brian Servin threw out the runner. It was TJ Friedel in the second. Reds don't have a stolen base yet in the series. Twice caught. 2-1 pitch. Check swing. Pitch was a little bit high. 3-1.
That was one of the best throws I've seen this season. An absolute seed from Brian Servin.
It was right on the money, on the fly to Leo Jimenez, who tagged out Friedel, and it was a good throw 2 nights ago that Alejandro Kirk made to get Spencer Steer. 3-1, Espinal takes off, and the pitch is hit foul off to the left. 3-2.
I think if Will Benson didn't foul that ball off, Santiago Espinal would have had that bag. He had a pretty good jump. He would have stolen that bag off of Yariel Rodriguez, although Brian Servin showed us that he's got a pretty good arm, pretty quick too.
See if they send Espinal again on a full count. Pitch home, Espinal stays put, and Benson hits it high in the air down the right field line, hooking foul. Well, the Reds are begging for a stolen base, which seems odd considering they're second in baseball in stolen bases this year. Only the Washington Nationals have them beat. Yet they haven't stolen a base in 6 games prior to this one. 3-2. Swing and a high pop-up back of third. Guerrero moving toward foul territory, makes the catch just inside fair territory in shallow left field, and there's 1 out.
Well, Ben, I'm begging to see Elly De La Cruz attempt to steal a bag. We haven't seen that really yet this series.
He just hasn't been on enough. He walked in game 1, immediately retired by a double play ball. He had a triple yesterday, so no real opportunity to steal. And today he hit a single and was called out trying to advance to second. Little meeting on the mound right now. Guerrero and Servin talking to Yariel Rodriguez. And it kind of looks like Guerrero is playing translator right now between
That's
the two.
Immediately what I thought. A little smirk on Vlad's face while he was actually being translator. He's a pretty good dude, huh?
Absolutely. Signed a ton of autographs, I will say, today before the game. A lot of kids out watching batting practice. And now Vlad settling back at third base. Fellow third baseman Noel V. Marte is up for the Reds. 6-2 Blue Jays. Runner on first, 1 out, top of the 5th. The pitch, Espinal takes off, and it's hit in the air to right field. That one's going to get down for a base hit. So no stolen base for Espinal, who again probably had the bag, if not for that ball being put in play. But Marte dumps a single into right, and there are runners on first and second for the Reds, one out.
I'm wondering why Santi didn't try to take third, but I think he was just making sure that Addison Barger didn't catch that baseball. Actually, he slid head first into second base because he was stealing that bag.
Yeah, he didn't peek toward the plates at any point or hear the sound, it seems, of the ball coming off the bat. So that headfirst slide really nullified any chance to get going. And he was just there going through the motions, fake running with his arms and peeking back to the plate to remind himself to do that as Pete Walker walks out to the mound and talks with Yariel Rodriguez. A little bit of trouble for Rodriguez in these last 2 innings after giving up no hits and no runs in the first 3. He's allowed 5 hits over his last inning and a third and given up 2 runs. Pitch count over 80, and Brendan Little is loosening up for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, this is a big batter for Yariel Rodriguez. Just you have to throw a first pitch strike here. You can't nibble. And I know that he's nervous. I know that he's thinking this is a big batter, but you have to throw strike one with that fastball.
India up for the 3rd time as the top of the order comes up again for the Reds. Rodriguez on 82 pitches through a career-high 88 in his last start. Right-hander kicks and delivers. First pitch inside, ball 1. Blue Jays infield at double play depth. Second baseman Jimenez playing close to the bag to hold on Espinal, the lead runner. 1-0. Just missed the bottom of the zone, also a little bit outside. It's 2-0.
And you definitely don't want to fall behind Jonathan India, especially with Ellie De La Cruz lurking in that on-deck circle.
2-0 pitch. Called strike through the slider again, and probably gets a break on a pitch that looked off the plate away. It's called a strike to make it 2-1. India 0 for 2, a flyout and a strikeout. The 2-1. Swing and a fly ball foul deep down the right field line into the seats. 2-2. India asks for time, steps out, takes a practice swing, and now steps back in. Stands slightly open for the right-handed hitter. Looking out at Rodriguez, who kicks and delivers the 2-2. It's hit on the ground and through the whole left side into left field. They give the wave to Espinal. Schneider comes up throwing to the plate, and it's not in time. Head first dive into home by Espinal. He scores. It's an RBI single for India, and the Reds add on another. It's 6-3 now for the Blue Jays over Cincinnati.
That's probably going to do it for Yariel Rodriguez in this game, but that was a really good throw from Davis Schneider. Almost had Santiago Espinal at home plate. A bang-bang play. Just missed him.
So Rodriguez runs into some trouble in the 4th and 5th, and with the pitch count rising plus the opportunity to make Ellie De La Cruz bat from his lesser right side, the Blue Jays are going to go to the lefty reliever here, Brendan Little, in the 5th. 6-3 Blue Jays, first and second for the Reds with only 1 out. Let's go back to baseball control and talk with today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben and Chris. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this evening. Jeff Blair is here at Baseball Control with me. He will take your calls and texts after the final out. 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text Line. Standard message and data rates may apply. Blair will also throw out the numbers for you to call after this game is in the books. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. First, the news of the night. Ben and Chris speaking about this earlier. Joey Votto announcing his retirement on Instagram. Here's the entirety of the video that he shot at Salem Field in Buffalo.
That's it. I'm done. I am officially retired from baseball.
Short and sweet from Votto, a 9-second clip to announce his retirement. He makes it official after 17 seasons, 6 All-Star selections, a Gold Glove, and the 2010 NL MVP. So best wishes to the Toronto native in retirement. And of course, as they usually do, we can let the Hall of Fame discussions begin. Next, I'm going to do this every night until Friday. So I guess just one more after today. But yet another reminder on the 165th Kings Plate. It was rescheduled to Friday, August 23rd. Races begin at 1 Eastern, and the Kings Plate itself is a little later. It's scheduled for 6:18 p.m. Eastern, 3:18 p.m. Pacific. No admission is required. If you are planning to get down to Woodbine Racetrack on Friday, even if you're not, though, you can watch it on Sportsnet and City TV. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get back down to the Rogers Center. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Brendan Little is on for the Blue Jays with 1 out and 2 on in the top of the 5th inning. Reds are trying to create a rally here. They've scored 3 unanswered to make it a 6-3 Blue Jays lead. And now Elly De La Cruz is going to hit, representing the tying run.
This is a big at-bat right here, not only for the Blue Jays, but for Brendan Little. He's slowly starting to throw more and more high-leverage situations. Doesn't really get more high leverage than this.
Little just finished his warm-up pitches. Now is making his 33rd appearance of the year, a 3.82 earned run average for the lefty in just over 30 innings of work, 24 strikeouts to 14 walks. Part of the reason he comes in, a lefty reliever, is to get De La Cruz batting from the right side, where he hits just .214 this season with an on-base plus slugging of .674. De La Cruz into the righty box. A look at second. Both runners take off, and the pitch is outside for a ball, and no throw as the ball gets out of the glove there of Servin. They clearly had something they liked about Little, as that was an early break from Marte at second, and for the Reds, it's their first stolen base in 6 and change games.
And that was an easy stolen base, not only at third base, but also at second base. Brian Servin didn't even catch that baseball, bounced away from him, no chance to throw anybody out.
1-0 is a swing and a miss, 1-1. So it's India now at second and Marte at third. And Little, probably looking for a ground ball coming into this one, is now looking for a strikeout here. Blue Jays infield is playing back, 1-1. Swinging a liner into left center, a base hit. Coming home, Marte getting the wave around third. India, they'll both score, and it's a 1-run ball game on Elly De La Cruz's 2-run single.
Well, Elly De La Cruz isn't really a great hitter against lefties, but Brendan Little hung that sinker right over the middle, and Elly De La Cruz drilled it up the middle for 2 RBIs. And the Blue Jays lead is cut to 6-5 here in the 5th inning.
It was 6-0 after 3, but the Reds have made a lot of noise, and now we'll see if De La Cruz thinks about swiping bag number 60 of the season. First pitch gets away from Servin. De La Cruz up to second. That one bounced. It'll go down as a wild pitch. But the Reds starting to run wild here in Toronto, something we expected off the top of the series but hadn't seen yet.
Yeah, that was a weird pitch. That was actually a fastball, a sinker from Brendan Little that bounced way in front of the plate. Brian Servin had no chance to block that. And now the tying run is standing at second base with a ton of speed.
Good chance. He thinks about swiping third. Tyler Stevenson's the batter, the right-handed hitting catcher. And an inside move from Little, who takes a look there at De La Cruz.
Well, they're obviously concerned with him out there. And they might have something on Brendan Little, the way Marte stole third base with ease.
Little set at the belt, kicks, and the inside move again. And now he's used both of his disengagements, so De La Cruz can get pretty aggressive with his lead, because if Little goes over again and doesn't pick off De La Cruz, it's basically a balk. 1-0. De La Cruz takes off for third. Pitches low, a ball. Throw down to third is offline, and Elly De La Cruz enters the 2060 club, the 5th player since 1900 to have 20 homers and 60 stolen bases in a season. It's De La Cruz, Ronald Acuna Jr. last year, 3 times Ricky Henderson, Eric Davis in 1986, and twice Joe Morgan.
That's a pretty good list. Elly De La Cruz actually almost beat Vlad to third base. That tells you how fast he really is. No chance at throwing him out.
And now the tying run 90 feet from the plate. Infield in for the Blue Jays. 2-0. Called strike. .60 stolen bases. Next best in Major League Baseball is Shohei Ohtani with 38. 2-1 pitch is hit on the ground to short. Clement up with it. Throw to the plate. De La Cruz beats it out with a dive. Good stab by Clement. Ball hit right at him. De La Cruz was off on contact, and the throw went to the backhand side for Servin, who had to dig it and then tag back to the forehand side. That's going to be a failed fielder's choice to tie the game at 6 and an RBI for Tyler Stevenson.
Well, I think if that throw from Ernie Clement hit Brian Servin in the chest, they would have had De La Cruz at home. But you're right, you said it. That throw kind of went up the first base line. As soon as Brian Servin went to his right to catch that baseball, no chance of getting Ellie De La Cruz at home plate.
It's De La Cruz creating a lot this inning. First pitch to TJ Friedl, shows bunt, pulls it back, pitch down and away, ball 1. And the Reds have turned a 6-0 game into a 6-6 game in the last 2 frames. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on the turf against Friedl once again, who did show bunt on the last pitch. Runner on first, Stevenson, and the 1-0 inside. Runner on first, 1 out, top of the 5th. 6-6 ball game in this rubber match. 2-0. Outside ball 3.
Brendan Little is having a really tough time throwing strikes with that sinker. A lot of movement on that thing. Sometimes it's tough to harness that movement, and this is probably worst case scenario, throwing balls in a situation like this.
3-0. Called strike, 3-1. Six balls to 5 strikes so far for Little, who's facing his 3rd batter. .3-1 pitch. Chopped foul right side, 3-2.
Eric Swanson's now getting loose in that Blue Jays bullpen out in left field.
There isn't another lefty hitter until 4 batters after the current one in Friedl. So this is potentially the final hitter that Brendan Little will face. Southpaw kicks and delivers home, and the 3-2 is hit to first in foul territory. Horwitz grabbed it. He went to step on first and try and start a double play, but they call it foul. It's still a full count.
Well, I think John Schneider's thinking at this point, it doesn't matter left, right. He just wants a guy in there that's going to throw strikes.
Little set again, another 3-2. And another foul ball hit on the ground to the right side. This one goes into the Reds' first base dugout. Little going to the back of the hill for the rosin bag. Steps back to the top of the mound and is on the rubber third base side. A 3rd straight 3-2 pitch. Swing and a deep foul ball down the right field line into the second deck. Four runs in this inning for the Reds. When Little came on, there were runners on first and second, 1 out. They stole immediately. De La Cruz drove him in with a single. Now another 3-2, called strike 3. Snuck the curve in on the inside edge, and Little strikes out Friedl for his first out of the appearance.
That's a good curveball right there from Brendan Little. A big pitch and a 3-2 count. TJ Friedl knew it right away, started walking back to that dugout as soon as that pitch crossed home plate.
Froze the left-handed hitter with the front hip breaking ball. Now Spencer Steer is up. Left on right pitch. Bounce to the plate, ball 1.
You know what I've been thinking about for the last 5 minutes? Is Shohei Ohtani has 38 stolen bases.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. A lot has happened since I said that, but it is pretty crazy. De La Cruz, though, got to 60 today. After his 2-run single, moved to second on a wild pitch, stole third, and then scored on a ground ball to short. 1-0 pitch, called strike, 1-1. .6-6, Reds and Blue Jays, top of the 5th. 2 outs and Stevenson on first. Little kicks and delivers. Breaking ball hit on the ground to third, picked up by Guerrero. He goes the short way to second, and it's dropped at second by Jimenez. Throw was a little bit towards center field, but not much. And Jimenez pointing, I don't know if it's to Guerrero to say my bad or to the dugout to say he had it and dropped it on a transfer.
Well, I don't know what happened right there, but a big league second baseman has to make that play. That's an easy catch. I don't know if there was some cut or some run on that ball, but you have to secure that baseball, especially in a tie ball game.
And that's going to go as an error on Leo Jimenez. The ball caught a lot of his glove before falling down onto the turf, and that's going to end the outing of Brendan Little. Didn't have his best day, but a little hard done by at the end there. And now first and second, 2 outs, 6-6 game, top of the fifth, and Eric Swanson enters for the Blue Jays. Let's go back to baseball control. Here's today's host, Joe Ali.
Thanks, guys. Before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, don't forget we do have Jays Talk tonight. Jeff Blair is here at Baseball Control. He will take your calls and your texts after the final out. 590-590, name and location. That is the People's Text Line. Standard message and data rates may apply. Blair will also throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. All right, the out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. And again, in case you missed it, Joey Votto announcing his retirement on Instagram. The 2010 NL MVP, a Gold Glove, and 6 All-Star selections in his 17 seasons across Major League Baseball. I'm sure Blair will want to talk about it on Jays Talk afterwards. Lots of NHL news in the last couple of days. First, the offer sheets, certainly between the Oilers and the Blues, have been accepted by the Blues, denied by the Oilers. It'll be 2 years, $9.16 million for Broberg, and 2 years, $4.58 million for Holloway. The Oilers will get some picks back for both of them as compensation. In Philly, forward Ryan Johansson had been placed on unconditional waivers by the Flyers. Philly saying the termination is a result of, quote-unquote, a material breach of contract. He did clear waivers today, which means he can have the final year of his contract terminated, which was to be $8 million split between the Flyers and Predators. Sportsnet's very own Elliot Friedman saying it will be grieved by the player and his representation, and that the player has 60 days from the date of termination to appeal. So we very likely have not heard the last of that. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get back down to the Dome. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. It's been a marathon, top of the fifth inning, and now a third Blue Jays pitcher is on. Eric Swanson tries to get the final out here and send us to the bottom of the fifth in still a tie game, 6-6. But it's first and second for the Reds. Runner on second is Tyler Stevenson. On first, Spencer Steer. Both the products of failed fielders' choices. 2 outs in the pitch from Eric Swanson to Ty France. Missed inside, ball 1. Swanson making his 29th appearance of the season. ERA just below 6 in over 24 innings. Righties 1-0. Check swing, fastball at the top of the zone, called a strike. Fortunes have really changed for Swanson since being called back up in mid to late July. 2 earned runs in 11 appearances, almost 11 innings of work. 1-1. Swing and a foul into the screen, 1-2.
He's really started to show the ability to throw that slider. That slider in his last outing was really sharp, really good, a lot of depth. And he's almost shied away from that split finger, which was his bread and butter for such a long time.
John Schneider mentioned the slider specifically when talking about Swanson's improvement before today's game. A look back at second, and the righties 1-2. Swing and a foul, back over the netting.
Vila's starting to tick up as well. That last fastball above the strike zone at 95 miles an hour.
Yariel Rodriguez started this inning, gave up 3 hits, and at that point 1 run. Little came in, gave up a hit. 1-2. And that one clipped off of France, or did it hit the bat? It looks like it hit France, and he's going to head down to first base. Blue Jays at least taking a peek at this one. You can challenge hit by pitch or not. That was a splitter, though, from Swanson that ran up. Kind of looked like France threw his elbow into the path of it, but it definitely hit him.
Yeah, it definitely got him. I don't know what's going to happen with that review, but the Blue Jays aren't going to take a look at it. It kind of looked like Ty France, but you have to have definitive evidence to change that call, and they probably didn't have it.
So the bases are loaded, and Santiago Espinal hits for the second time in this inning. Led off the frame with a single. First pitch from Swanson, up and in, ball one. An error a couple batters ago has extended this inning. There's been some other plays that could have been made in the field that weren't errors, that didn't get made. This has been a long top of the fifth. 1-0. Inside, ball two.
And Brendan Little struggled to throw strikes. Now Eric Swanson is struggling to throw strikes. 7 pitches, only 3 strikes in his outing so far.
Right-hander set, first base side of the rubber. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Here's 2-0. Espinal takes it. It's ball 3.
And you have nowhere to put him. The bases are loaded. In a 3-0 count, you have to throw a strike here in this situation.
A ball would give the Reds their first lead of the game. 3-0. At the knees for strike one. Swanson set, staring at third. Delivers. And misses up top, ball 4. From 6-0 down, the Reds have taken a 7-6 lead. And the 7th run walked in with the bases loaded.
Yeah, he was nowhere near the zone in that last at-bat to Santiago Espinal. 10 pitches now in this inning, only 4 strikes. The bases are still loaded. You have a power hitter up at the plate, a guy with 12 homers. He's only hitting 191, but if you throw one right down the middle, he knows what to do with it.
The pitch to Will Benson. Strike one. Benson, the 11th batter of the inning for the Reds. He popped out to third early in this frame. 0-1. Swing and a pop-up foul into the second deck behind home plate. It's 0-2. (7-6) the Reds lead, a 5-run 5th inning. (0-2). Swing and a miss, strike 3. Gets him on a high fastball, and finally, the top of the 5th comes to a close. Not before the Reds score 5 and take the lead. They're up 7-6, middle of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This is Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and host of the award-winning podcast, Black Diamonds. This week, we discuss Negro League statistics being integrated into the MLB record book.
This game, I realize how important it is to this country, to our history. Having the Negro Leagues included into all of this baseball history is as American as you can get.
Listen to Black Diamonds right now on the all-new SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcast.
Behold, the mightiest assembly ever witnessed. We are all gathered in the darkness. Together we can be the light. I call upon every crew. We need you all to join our fight for a new SickKids, and we need you now. Who's with us? Who is with us?
Are you with us, insiders? Let's go. You heard the man. Let's donate some money to SickKids. Anything that you can is a huge help. Cheers, insiders. Let's change the world.
A victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888-MAD-DOG-6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the SiriusXM app. Fantasy football players learn winning strategies right now on Fantasy Sports Radio to help you draft a winning team on Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center, bottom of the 5th inning. Blue Jays trailing the Reds 7-6. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Nick Martinez deals to Vladimir Guerrero Jr., misses down low. 1-0. Last time the Blue Jays were batting, they were up 6-2. That was about a half hour ago. Reds scored 5 in the top of the 5th. 1-0. Guerrero takes up and away. 2 balls, no strikes. Guerrero, Horwitz, Clement this inning. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a foul ball off to the right, 2-1. I'd imagine Nick Martinez did not expect to be on the mound leading today after allowing 6 runs in the first 3 innings, but trying to pitch himself into a win. 2-1 pitch is hammered to center field, but the liner hangs up, and sprinting into it, TJ Friedel makes the catch. 1 out.
This injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Prera Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Prera Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Prera will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca.
So no big updates on the Blue Jays side, but learned a little bit more about the Jeimer Candelario injury on the Reds side. First the pitch to Horwitz, called strike 0-1. Candelario, because I was wondering, when did he break his toe in the first game of the series? He didn't break it in the first game of the series. 0-1. Horwitz hits it well, deep left field. Steer backing up, and it's over his head and bouncing off the wall. Horwitz around first, jogs into second. He has a stand-up double with 1 out. For Spencer Horwitz, his 12th double of the season, and now he's the tying run in this game, standing on second base.
Such a good hitter, just using the whole field, one-hopping that wall out in left field. Spencer's steer was all kinds of turned around, had no idea where that ball was going to land, but that one hopped the wall, and Spencer Horwitz is at second base with a 1-out double.
Tyler Stevenson's going to go out to the mound, so more on the injury report update. Jeimer Candelario actually broke his toe against Kansas City in the last series for the Reds, played through the pain on Monday, and then they did an x-ray in the middle of the game because it was still barking a little bit, and Candelario found out that the toe was broken, and now the rest of his season is really put in jeopardy here as the Reds have 36 games after the one tonight. After the mound meeting breaks up in between Stevenson and Martinez, David Bell out of the dugout. So they were giving Tony Santillan, the warming-up reliever, as much time as possible. And now it's going to be a pitching change for the Reds. Santillan pitches into the 5th, or pardon me, Martinez does. Gives up the double, though. And Santillan is going to be called upon here with Ernie Clement coming up. The Reds up 7-6. And a runner on second, 1 out, bottom of the 5th. Let's go back to baseball control. Here's today's host, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. Before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Another reminder that we do have Jays Talk this evening. Jeff Blair will take your calls and your texts after the final out. 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text line. You can certainly text him right now. Standard message and data rates may apply. Blair will also throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Another reminder on the 165th running of the King's Plate. It was rescheduled to Friday, August 23rd. That's in a couple of days. Races begin at 1 p.m. Eastern. The King's Plate itself is scheduled for 6:18 p.m. Eastern, 3:18 p.m. Pacific. No admission is required if you are planning on attending Woodbine Racetrack in person. But still, if you're not, you can certainly watch it on City TV and on Sportsnet. Elsewhere in the NHL, let's go to Seattle, where the Kraken yesterday signed one of their franchise cornerstones to a long-term deal. Matty Beniers, a 7-year, $49.98 million deal. The AAV is $7.14 million. The NFL preseason underway as well, and more quarterback competitions coming to a close as we enter the final week of the preseason. Earlier today, Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos officially naming Bo Nix the Week 1 starter. Nix now the first Broncos rookie quarterback to start a season opener since John Elway, which is pretty crazy. Blue Jays baseball, of course, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back down to the action at the Rogers Center. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. The big right-hander Tony Santillan on the mound right now for the Reds, getting in his final warm-up pitches before entering this ball game. 7-6. Cincinnati leads Toronto off 7 unanswered runs, but the Blue Jays with a bit of a punch back here in the fifth, a double by Spencer Horwitz, and Toronto has the tying run on second.
Yeah, and here comes Ernie Clement. He's been so good lately. A lot like Spencer Horwitz, where he's making good decisions. He's swinging at good pitches that he can drive. Big run standing out there at second base.
So Tony Santillan, the reliever, now ready to go in the set. Ernie Clement 1 for 2 with a 3-run homer. And Santillan looks at second before delivering home. First pitch outside, ball 1. Blue Jays saw the righty reliever Santillan in game 1 of this series. His 1-0. Down and away, ball 2. Right-hander pitched an inning and a third, was the first guy to come in after Julian Aguiar, the starter, left the game. And because Aguiar didn't go 5, it was Santillan who actually picked up the win. 2-0. Outside, ball 3. Ernie Clement doesn't take many pitches, but these have been big misses from Santillan. Horwitz on second, 1 out. Righty peeks at second base, rocks and deals, and Clement takes a fastball down the middle at 96 for strike 1.
Santillan, 6'3", 285 pounds, a second-round pick of the Reds in 2015. He didn't make his debut until 2021, 6 years almost in that minor league system.
Originally a starter, as many are, was kind of a swingman, and then recently has become a full-time reliever. Fastball slider for the righty. His pitch home. Called strike, and it's 3-2. Clement tossed the bat away thinking that was ball 4. It was 97 on the outside corner, and Ernie gets his bat back with now a full count.
Yeah, Ernie Clement shaking his head saying no way. But I tend to disagree. That's a good pitch. That's about as good as it gets, hitting that corner down and away at 97 miles an hour.
Now the 3-2. That one's way outside, ball 4, and Clement flips the bat. He'll walk a little slower down to first this time. He's got a rare walk in his season, and the Blue Jays have 2 on here with only 1 out.
Well, I don't know if he was saying anything to the home plate umpire, but a lot of swag on that walk. Flipped the bat back to that dugout. Took about 5 or 6 slow steps. It's almost like he hit a grand slam right there.
Leo Jimenez up, 2 on, 1 out, the pitch. Fastball, strike 1. Jimenez 0 for 2 today, but homered yesterday as part of a big power stretch for Leo recently. 8 extra base hits in his last 11 games. 0-1. Down and away. Leo told me today that he's focusing a little bit more on his plan and worrying a little bit less about the pitcher's plan, and that's allowed him to hone in on pitches that he can drive more. He's paying a little too much attention, he said, to what they were trying to do to him before. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Took a healthy hack at 97 up and in. It's 1-2.
I like that approach. It's more of a simplistic approach to hitting. See ball, hit ball. Don't worry about them. Worry about yourself. I like that.
Jimenez, a 23-year-old in his 36th Major League game. 1-2. Fouled it off to the right. Right down the middle, but 98 miles an hour, and Jimenez was a little late to start the hands.
Yeah, Santillan's got a pretty good fastball, 97, 98. A little bit of run at the end there and zip through the zone. Leo Jimenez just getting a piece of it.
Batters hitting in the low 100s against the Santillan fastball. Righty rocks and releases. And misses just low at 98 again, 2-2.
That's a good pitch. Not a strike, but that is a good pitch below the strike zone.
Jimenez taps the plate twice and pinwheels the bat. Horwitz on second, Clement on first. 7-6 Reds, 1 out, bottom of the 5th. 2-2. Swing and a foul off to the right. Reached out for the slider off the plate and spoiled it over the netting. Pretty good battle being put up here by Jimenez. He's seen 6 pitches. Number 7 on the way. Swing and a high pop-up, foul territory, deep first. Right fielder Benson over near the netting. So is Ty France, the first baseman, but that's over the netting and into the stands.
More tough pitches you foul off. Eventually you're going to get one in the heart of the plate, and that's what Leo Jimenez has really focused on recently, waiting for his pitch, waiting for that mistake. He's about to see his 8th pitch of the at-bat.
A single could tie it up. The 2-2. Inside, ball 3.
I'll tell you what, I thought that got him for a second. The way that Leo reacted, kind of spun around and started walking towards that home plate, that Blue Jays dugout. Missed him by a hair.
Back in the box and ready to go. Santillan's full count pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 98 down and in, and Jimenez swings over it for the second out of the inning.
Just a little bit of run down and in to kind of sink below Leo's bat. But again, that is a tough pitch. 98 miles an hour, about as good as it gets.
Big out for Santillan, who's trying to strand Horwitz and Clement on second and first, respectively. 2 outs, 7-6 Reds, bottom of the 5th. The pitch to Addison Barger. Swing and a deep fly ball foul down the left field line. 0-1. Santillan has been especially tough on righties, batting 143 this year, but lefties have only hit 174 off the right-handed reliever. His pitch to the lefty swinger Addison Barger. Fouled back into the screen, 0-2.
That is a violent swing. I don't know if it's the hair or the actual swing, but it seems really violent every time he takes that bat off his shoulder.
Barger 0 for 2 today, a soft line out and a ground out. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a foul ball over the netting and into the seats, third base side. Well, it's been up and down for Barger this year. Very consistent in clutch situations, batting over 400 with runners in scoring position this season. First and second right now, 2 outs and another 0-2. Hit on the ground left side. Backhanded stop. Marte fumbles it. Tries to go to third. Not in time. Horwitz beats it out with a head-first dive. That one was close. I think David Bell's going to take a look, and the Reds are heading off the field like it was an out. Call on the field was safe, though, and we'll see if Bell wants to challenge. He's not going to challenge, and now De La Cruz, who was heading off the field, is going to have to jog back to short.
Well, it looked like Noelvi Marte actually secured that baseball, fielding it to his right, going down the line, but then as he was going towards third base to tag third base, he dropped it. That was a strange play, but Spencer Horwitz with the great hustle, head-first dive, almost getting kneed in the face in the process. It's a big play right there. The Blue Jays have the bases loaded with 2 outs in this inning.
Horwitz on third, Clement on second, Barger on first, Davis Schneider at the plate. Broke his 0 for 26 with a single up the middle last inning. Here's the pitch. Swing and a drive, deep left field, foul. Absolutely tattooed that pitch, but was out in front of it. 0-1.
Yeah, that was hit on a line. If that ball was fair, that would have been out of here for the Blue Jays' 5th grand slam of this season, but just out in front of it.
Now the 0-1. Fastball in there at 98, 0-2. By the way, the last play for Barger goes as a fielder's choice and an error on Noelvi Marte. Bases loaded, 2 down. 7-6 Reds, bottom 5, and the 0-2 to Davis Schneider. Swing and a foul ball behind home plate. Center cut, but 98 from Santillan.
That's not where Santillan wanted that pitch. I could almost guarantee that they wanted that thing at the top of the strike zone or elevated, especially in an 0-2 count. That was right down the middle.
Santillan waves off a sign. Now sets. It's only fastball slider for the righty. Another 0-2. Off the plate away with the slider. Check swing, appeal to first, no swing. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I'm kind of confused at this approach. I don't know what scouting report they have, but throw that heater at the letters and he's out.
I think Santillan just waved off a heater to go to the slider, but like you're saying, I mean, with Schneider, the scouting report is don't give him the slider. 1-2. Foul tip held onto by Stevenson. Strike 3. The Blue Jays load the bases on a hit, a walk, and an error, but leave them loaded. Do not score, and it's 7-6 Reds after 5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
So, you want to be a Looney Dogger, eh? Every Tuesday Blue Jays home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. Grab $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around Rogers Center. Plus, stop by the Schneider's Porch, your hot dog headquarters. The destination for a one-of-a-kind hot dog experience with excellent ballpark views. So, whether you're the relish ringleader or 7th-inning snacker, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. Don't miss out on this delicious deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2menintruck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2menintruck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
This is the best I've ever seen.
City TV has all the edge-of-your-seat performances you can handle.
This is the most amazing season we've ever had.
America's Got Talent is doubling down on excitement.
Wow. Incredible. I'm blown away.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
Better than any other season.
On the hunt for this season's winner.
You didn't know what was going to happen next.
America's Got Talent. All new tonight, 8/7 Central on City TV. Or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Runner going, throw down to second. They got him.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
6th inning in downtown Toronto. Close ball game in the rubber match. It's 7-6 Reds over Blue Jays. Eric Swanson on the mound deals to Noelvi Marte, who fouls it back off the glove of Brian Servant, 0-1. 6th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins is a big fan of small biz. That's why they awarded another $3 million to small business owners across the country. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz this year at goodsparkgrants.ca. Swanson's 0-1. Swing and a fly ball down the right field line. Into the stands, foul, 0-2. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 5-run 5th inning has flipped the game in favor of the Reds. Swanson's 0-2. Swing and a bouncer foul through the splitter down and in, and Marte slowed the hands down just to get a piece of it.
Yeah, it seems like that's the rare splitter now. He's kind of leaning on that slider, leaning on that elevated fastball, but as long as he stays on top of that split finger, it's still a pretty good pitch.
Swanson's 0-2. Swing and a high fly ball deep right field. Curling back, Barger turning, and that ball is gone into the bullpen. It's 8-6 Reds. They've scored now 8 unanswered, capped off by Noelvi Marte's 4th home run of the season.
Well, Brian Servant had that target above the strike zone, and Eric Swanson just missed his spot, threw that about thigh-high outer third, and Marte with a good swing, hitting that ball the other way into the Reds bullpen.
First home run allowed by Swanson in over a week. Gave one up at the Angels on August 13th, but he gives one up here to start the 6th, and the Reds have a 2-run lead. Jonathan India up, and the right-handed hitter bounces it foul, 0-1. 8-6 Reds, no outs, top of the 6th. On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, the Yankees are all over the Guardians right now in the Bronx. Aaron Judge with another homer. Juan Soto with another RBI base hit, a bases-clearing double. And the Yankees are up 8-0 on the Guardians in the 8th.
In your professional opinion, do you think Aaron Judge could get to 63?
I think he could, but I don't think he will. India takes down and away, 1-1, and now Swanson set, delivers home. And it's up and in by quite a bit, 2-1. Again, all of our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. But Judge on 47 now. 2-1 to India, swing and a high drive left field. If it stays fair, it's gone, and that ball's out of here. Back-to-back home runs for the Reds, who lead 9-6 after trailing 6-0 earlier in this game.
Well, that was just a hanging slider to Jonathan India. We've talked about how good that slider has been. And it has been good, but that one right there, just not the location that you want. That was about middle, thigh high. And Jonathan India didn't miss that one.
12th home run of the season for India. And it has gotten quiet here at Rogers Center as the Reds have completely taken this one over. And after back-to-back home runs, here comes Elly De La Cruz. Swanson's pitch. Outside, ball 1. (9-6) Reds, no outs, top of the 6th. Base is empty. The 1-0. Outside, ball 2. Last inning when De La Cruz came up is when the game really turned. It was 6-3. Yariel Rodriguez had given up a run and come out of the ball game with first and second, 1 out. 2-0 to De La Cruz. High ball 3. Immediately upon Brendan Little entering, the Reds executed a double steal to make it second and third, and then De La Cruz singled in a pair of runs. De La Cruz would get all the way around to third on a wild pitch and stolen base before scoring to tie the game, and the 3-0 misses way high. That's a 4-pitch walk.
And Eric Swanson has now thrown 26 pitches, only 13 strikes. That just can't happen. You have to come into a ball game, especially a close ball game like this, and throw strikes. And Eric Swanson really didn't throw any good pitches in those 4 pitches to Elly De La Cruz right there. Nothing close. Obviously something wrong mechanically, leaving everything arm high.
Brian Servant out to the mound to talk to Swanson. Runner on first, nobody out, top of the 6th. By the way, the Blue Jays invite you to work from Dome on Wednesday, September 4th as they take on the Phillies at 3:07. Enjoy an afternoon of baseball while networking, playing games, and taking work-themed photos. Visit BlueJays.com/workfromdome to get your tickets today. Tyler Stevenson up, 9-6 Reds, top of the 6th inning. Swanson sets at the belt, first base side of the rubber. A peek at first and a throw over there. De La Cruz back in with a dive.
That's a weird 2-game series against the Phillies. A 7 and then a 3, and they're out of here.
Well, they always play 2-2s against the Phillies.
That's right.
As their natural interleague rival. I mean, if the Expos existed, that's who they'd play against, but don't have that luxury anymore. First pitch to Stevenson, outside, ball 1. But it is odd on the day-night. Not to mention they played the Phillies the first time early in the season, so it's been a while. De La Cruz with a huge lead off first. And a throw over, dive back in safe, pretty close play. But that's the second check on De La Cruz, who can now stretch out his lead.
Well, I don't know if you've been waiting for this all series, but I've certainly been waiting for this all series.
60 stolen bases after he swiped third last inning. And you kind of just know he's going to take off here.
A huge lead at first base.
Swanson turns and throws, and he's safe, and that's the third disengagement. So De La Cruz is going to jog over to second base. Blue Jays are looking right now to see if he did pick him off. That was a gamble by Swanson. And unless they challenge and overturn this, De La Cruz has second. They're not going to challenge, so De La Cruz will advance.
Well, that's the first time I've seen that this season, and he's probably the one guy that you will see that. 3 disengagements, you don't get him at first base, and he gets a free base.
He had a huge lead. They decided to try and gamble. Doesn't work out. 1-0 to Stevenson. Called strike.
So after all of that, I still don't get to see him try to steal second base.
Although I bet he might try third. Nobody out top of the 6th. 9-6 Reds, 9 unanswered for the visitors. 1-1. High ball 2. Yanisis Cabrera's been throwing for a while. He's ready to go in the Blue Jay pen. Next batter for the Reds is a left-handed hitter in TJ Friedl. Swanson kicks and delivers. A swing and a bouncer. Fair ball down the left field line going into the corner. De La Cruz around third, jogs home. Up to second base is Stevenson with an RBI double. And the Reds have reached double digits. It's 10-6.
They have 10 runs and now 10 hits. Another hanging slider from Eric Swanson. And Tyler Stevenson drilled that thing past Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at third base for run number 10.
John Schneider out to the mound to make the pitching change. Yanisis Cabrera will enter with a runner on second and no outs in the top of the 6th, with the Reds leading 10-6. Let's go to baseball control. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben and Chris. Let's check out the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. The NFL preseason underway. If you missed this from earlier, lots of quarterback competitions coming to a close as we start to head into the final week of the preseason. Earlier this morning, Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos officially naming rookie Bo Nix the Week 1 starter in Denver. Nix now the first Broncos rookie quarterback to start a season opener since John Elway. Elsewhere around the league, Vegas going with Gardner Minshew over Aiden O'Connell. And perhaps not a surprise out of Washington, but number 2 overall pick, Jaden Daniels, will be the Week 1 starter in Los Angeles. The Chargers getting some good news earlier this week. Quarterback Justin Herbert has resumed practicing for the first time since July when he suffered a plantar fascia injury in his right foot. We also have a late preseason signing, defensive tackle and 15-year NFL vet Linval Joseph signing with the Cowboys. A 1-year deal worth $2.5 million can be worth up to $4 million as he reunites with defensive coordinator Mike Zimmer, who he played for when Zimmer was the head coach in Minnesota. Some scores from around Major League Baseball. Lots of finals already. The Mets edge the Orioles at Citi Field 4-3. The Boston Red Sox beat the Astros 4-1. The Pirates get blanked by the Rangers. Texas wins 1-0 in Texas. Chicago White Sox beating the Giants on the road. Chicago winning 6-2. And the Rockies losing to the Nationals in Washington. The Nationals winning 6-1. Games going on right now include the Royals currently blanking the Angels 2-0. And top of the 8th inning in New York, the Yankees leading the Guardians 8-1. Blue Jays baseball is, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Here's Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue down at the Rogers Center.
Thank you, Show. The Reds leading the Blue Jays 10-6 on 10 unanswered runs. Blue Jays just trying to get some outs here in the 6th inning. Call on Yanisis Cabrera with a runner on second. 3 runs already in this frame and nobody out.
Yeah, the Blue Jays were up 6-0 after the bottom of the 3rd, and then it was all downhill from there. 2 in the 4th, 5 in the 5th, and now 3 in this top of the 6th inning.
TJ Friedl is up, the left-handed hitting center fielder. Tyler Stevenson on second. Cabrera looks back at the runner twice and delivers home. Strike 1.
And there's still nobody out.
That's the thing. The Blue Jays are just trying to get some outs right now. Last 2 relievers, Brendan Little and Eric Swanson, combined for 2/3 of an inning. 0-1. Swing and a bouncer to first, picked up by Horwitz. He'll go to the bag. Up to third base goes Stevenson. There's the first out of the top of the 6th.
Eric Swanson gave up 3 runs, 3 earned runs in that 3rd of an inning, but he's still responsible for Tyler Stevenson out at third base. His ERA is now up to 6.93 after this outing.
Like you mentioned, he's responsible for the runner on third, so could be more, but for now, 3 runs in this inning, 10-6 Reds. Stevenson on third, Spencer Steer at the plate. The pitch, high ball 1. Steer sitting on 79 RBIs after a 2-run homer in the 4th. That homer started this whole rally where the Reds have scored 10 in the last 3 frames. Infield in, the 1-0. Down and in ball 2. Cabrera tucks the ball into his glove, chest high. Kicks and releases. Misses inside, ball 3. Fifth time that the Reds have played a series here in Toronto. Interleague play not starting that long ago. Cincinnati's never won a series in Toronto, trying to do that for the first time. Rubber match right now, and the Reds are leading 10-6. 3-0 pitch is high. It's 4-pitch walk.
Those last couple of pitches were nowhere near the strike zone. It almost seemed like they were pitching around them. I know they weren't, but that last fastball, arm side high, way out of the strike zone.
So runners on the corners now, 1 out. You can kind of feel a collective groan right now from Blue Jays fans as the last couple defensive innings have taken a long time. Back-to-back homers here in this 6th, then a walk, then a double. After the pitching change, a ground out and another walk. Ty France to the plate, the pitch home. Fastball, strike 1.
It also feels like it's getting colder.
Well, it's definitely getting colder.
Did not bring my jacket today, so I'm struggling over here.
Cabrera in the set. Long red sleeves under the dark jersey. The 0-1. High. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cabrera is the 3rd Blue Jays reliever to go in this game. And the Blue Jays announced today that they are pushing all of their starters back a day, so no Chris Bassett starting tomorrow. That potentially means Ryan Yarbrough gets the start. Next pitch, runner takes off from first. It's low, a ball. And no throw down to second, so Steer swipes the bag. 2 balls and 1 strike, and now 2 in scoring position. So if Yarbrough's going tomorrow, potentially, it's not set in stone, but if he is, then the Blue Jays have to get through the rest of the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th without their main long reliever. Infield in, 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. And the 2-1. Low ball 3.
And all 3 Blue Jays relievers have struggled with that fastball all around the strike zone, but not really in the strike zone. Brendan Little didn't walk anybody, but he threw a lot of balls. Eric Swanson walked 2, and Yenesis Cabrera has already walked 1 in his short outing so far.
3-1 pitch. Called strike just on the inside edge. France looking up to the sky. He was already starting to walk down to first. But the borderline pitch is called a strike, and now it's full count. Stevenson leading off third base in foul territory. Off of second is Steer. 10-6 Reds in the 6th. 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase a fastball way off the plate outside, and that's the 2nd out here of the 6th.
Well, I'm not sure what Ty France was doing. That fastball from Yenesis Cabrera was nowhere near the strike zone, way outside. In that left-handed batter's box, Ty France with the wild attempt, the wild swing at that fastball, luckily for Yenesis Cabrera.
2 outs now, and Santiago Espinal up to the plate. 1 for 2 with a single, a walk, and an RBI. The pitch. High ball 1.
Cabrera's now thrown 13 pitches, only 5 strikes. I feel like a broken record.
Same things were being said about the Swanson outing, and outside of all the big hits from the Reds the last couple innings, that's what's really slowed this game down. 1-0. Inside ball 2. Espinal steps back into the box, taps the ground twice with his bat, twirls it twice, and now brings it above his right shoulder. Slight waggle of the bat. Here's the 2-0 from Cabrera. Swing and a fly ball, center field. Backing up Varsho, near the track, reaches out and makes the catch to end the inning. Back-to-back home runs, And 3 runs total in this inning for the Reds. They extend their lead to 10-6, middle of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, it's Andy Richter, here to tell you about the Andy Richter Call-In Show. Each week, I'll be inviting callers to weigh in on important questions like, have you ever seen a ghost? What's the worst job you've ever had? What's the worst date you've ever been on? Along the way, I'll be joined by my favorite comedians and friends. Check out the Andy Richter Call-In Show. New episodes each Wednesday at 4 p.m. East and West, with replays throughout the week on Conan O'Brien Radio. The show will also be available on demand in the SiriusXM app whenever you want. Just search Andy Richter.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody! This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier.
Cheers, Insiders. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays game against the Cincinnati Reds. We only have a few days left in our SickKids Summer Rally. Please, if you haven't done so already, take a look at our campaign page and make a small donation. You see the work that this amazing hospital does and the lives that it changes in the greater Toronto area. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out with us. Just by being here, you have helped make a donation to SickKids because a part of our revenue goes directly to SickKids every single month. So thanks for being here. Thanks for helping us support an amazing cause. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Now let's go Blue Jays.
Network Radio, Sirius XM 89 and the Sirius XM app.
Our goal is to win the Super Bowl. That's it for us.
Hear every stop of the 2024 training camp tour on NFL Radio Channel 88, the all-new Sirius XM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Shulman alongside Chris LaRue. Blue Jays trailing the Reds 10-6. Bottom of the 6th inning, and a new pitcher for Cincinnati, Buck Farmer, is on. It'll be the bottom of the Blue Jays order starting off this bottom of the 6th. Brian Serven, then George Springer and Dalton Varsho at the top. 47th game for Farmer, a .272 earned run average. Righty's on the extreme first base side of the rubber, and before his first pitch is thrown, the catcher Stevenson is going to have to go out to the mound because they're having a pitch calm issue.
Why not make this game longer?
I mean, it was flying along, so... Yeah, why not? We were only in the 4th about 4.5 hours ago, and now we're in the 6th.
I'll tell you what, the first 3 innings, although it was 6-0 Blue Jays, they really did fly by. And then after that, it just hit the brakes.
Well, there was yesterday, I mean, it was an extra inning game, but a really long one from Cleveland and New York. It was pushing 4 hours, I think. And meanwhile, the Oakland game, I think, was sub 2 hours. And so they ended like 20 minutes apart. And one was a West Coast game and the other one was an East Coast game. First pitch to Serven of the inning is called strike 1. For Farmer, his second appearance of the series, pitched in the Game 1 win for the Reds. Through a scoreless 2/3 of an inning. 0-1 pitch freezes Serven, strike 2.
I love a lot of homers. I love a lot of offense. I love well-pitched games. But if there's one thing that irritates me, it's first pitch balls.
And walks.
And there's been a lot of those today.
I mean, both sides. Nick Martinez with an uncharacteristic 3 walks today. The starter for the Reds. 0-2. Swing and a fly ball deep left center field. Steer going back, turns, and it's off the wall. Serving around first, headed for second, slides in with his first double as a Blue Jay.
O'Brien Serven's having a great day. Threw out a runner earlier in the ball game, if you can remember that. And he drills that ball off the left center wall. Little hanging slider from Buck Farmer. That's a pretty good base hit right there.
Good start to this inning for the Blue Jays, who are trying to claw back after leading 6-0 after 3. They trail 10-6, but Serven's on second and Springer's up with nobody out. Farmer's pitch. Inside ball 1. Farmer in his 3rd year with the Reds, a longtime Detroit Tiger. Next pitch to Springer is popped up foul territory, or no, it's actually going to stay fair for Benson running near the line, and it ends up veering foul and just hitting off the netting. So that'll be a foul ball and a 1-1 count.
Benson's such a big guy. It's almost like that short wall out there in foul territory is almost level with his knees. That's what it looks like.
Benson's 6'5". Made a good effort on that ball, but couldn't reel it in. And that's an extra life for George Springer now, who's 1 for 2 with a home run and a walk. 10-6 Reds, no outs, bottom 6. The pitch. And it nailed him on the back. You could hear that up here, 93 miles an hour, right in the back. Springer spun around in pain, but is now taking off his batting gloves. They're going to check on him, but it looks like George Springer is all right.
Yeah, George Springer is obviously doesn't like being hit in the elbow, whether that hit him in the guard or not, I'm not sure, but John Schneider and Jose Ministral came out to check on him. He's running down to first base right now.
And it got him right on the back of that elbow. He hunched down for a moment and then dumped the bat away. He's got kind of the padded protection rather than the hard plastic shell. Regardless, it only does so much to 93, hitting you flush, but Springer's on first, and the pitch to Dalton Varsho is strike 1. So 2 on with nobody out. Tying run is the on-deck hitter, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Reds 10, Blue Jays 6. 0-1. Outside. Right on left pitch. Swing and a high fly ball, foul way left. It's 1-2.
Hey, Ben, one swing and the Blue Jays are back in this ballgame.
They are.
If you can believe it.
And that's the power of the home run. Asked about that today. John Schneider said it's a huge help when you can change the game with one swing. Blue Jays have actually done that a lot recently. They've homered in each of their last 10 games. They have 20 home runs now in those 10 games, including today. 1-2. High. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And they'd love to have a couple on, maybe even the bases loaded for their home run leader on deck, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 2-2. Varsho pops it up foul, headed towards us, but it'll drop under our feet. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
My arms are certainly not that long.
No, you're pretty tall, but not that tall.
I am not Will Benson.
Farmer taking a second behind the mound, looking out to center, now set. First and second, nobody out. Another 2-2. Varsho swings and misses, strike 3. Got him on the elevated fastball, and that's the first out of the inning.
Pretty good pitch from Buck Farmer in a big spot, an elevated fastball. You can see Tyler Stevenson with the target, and he just drilled it for strike 3.
So 1 out and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up. First and second, the pitch. Inside, ball 1. Vlad hitless so far today. A walk and a run scored in the first, a fly out and a line out since. Farmer's 1-0. Swing and a liner, speared on one hop by India, who steps on second for 1 and throws over to first for the double play. The Blue Jays get a hit and a hit batter to start the inning, but do not score, leaving 1 on and go into the 7th, trailing 10-6. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think two men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're two men and a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Jose Barrios with a trio of strikeouts to end a scoreless sixth.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Seventh inning at Rogers Center. Thanks so much for sticking around with us. I'm Ben Schulman, alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host and producer today. Andrew Adams and Stephen Coyle, our technical directors. 10-6, the Reds leading the Blue Jays. Zach Pop is in for Toronto here to face 8-9-1 in the Reds order, starting with the big left-handed hitter Will Benson. Pop, the righty in the set, kicks and fires home. Swing and a miss on a first pitch sinker, 0-1.
We saw Pop last night against the Cincinnati Reds. He threw 1 inning, 3 hits, and gave up an earned run.
Righty from Brampton, rocks and delivers. And another swing and a miss at another sinker. It's 0-2. He'll throw that sinker about 3/4 of the time. Also mixes in a cutter and a slider. Oh, 2. Outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Blue Jays just trying to slow down the Reds' momentum. 2 runs in the 4th, 5 in the 5th, and 3 in the 6th. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a sharp liner foul into the top of the netting and bouncing back onto the field.
And that was actually a cutter at the top of the zone. Zach Pop's really been throwing a lot of those recently to kind of counteract that good sink that he has on the fastball. You have to have something that goes glove side, and Zach Pop has really been working on that cutter.
1-2 again. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Goes back to the sinker and gets him swinging at 97 miles an hour, 1 down.
Yeah, and when Zach Pop is right, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get that cutter at the top of the zone and then that really good sink in upper 90s, really. But it's such a benefit to have something that goes glove side, especially with the amount of run that he has.
One out, 10-6 Reds, top of the 7th. Noelvi Marte up the pitch. Strike 1. What a day for Marte. Single and came around to score in the 5th, and then homers as part of back-to-back home runs last inning. 0-1. Down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. This is the promise that the Reds felt Marte had when they called him up 2 days ago last year, August 19th, 2023, to debut against the Blue Jays. 1-1 pitch is cut on and missed, 1-2.
Yeah, he's just 22 years old.
Main piece they got in the Luis Castillo trade. Did have the 80-game performance-enhancing drug suspension to start this year, so he's only playing in his 42nd game. Hasn't been a great year, but a lot of years in front of him. 1-2. Swinging a foul ball off of the glove of Servin, and then the mask of the home plate umpire, Mark Ripperger. Marte steps back in after the 2 hits, batting .199 on the season. Another 1-2. Check swing, pitch down and away, appeal to first, no swing. Says Alex McKay, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pop works from the first base side, the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Another good sinker, this one down and in. Gets the swing and a miss from the righty hitter Marte. Back-to-back strikeouts for Pop.
Well, Zach Pop's fastball looks completely different than it did last night. A lot of downward action to it. Sometimes we'll see some of that, a little bit too much run, a little bit too much horizontal movement. But tonight it's 97-98 with downward action. That's why you're seeing those swings.
2 outs, bases empty. The pitch to Jonathan India. Strike 1, 98 at the knees. Probably the best pitch of the day from Pop.
98.3 to be exact. That is impressive, especially with the amount of sink that he gets.
Kicks and releases the 0-1. Bounce that one again at 98. 1 ball, 1 strike. India is 2 for 4. Home run and a single. 4 extra base hits now for the leadoff hitter in his last 7 games. 1-1. Swing and a high chopper to third. Guerrero picks it up on 1 hop and throws it over to first to end the inning. 1-2-3 for Zach Pop, and we go to the 7th inning stretch with the Blue Jays trailing 10-6. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Out of here! Out of here! Davis Snyder wins it!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home half of the 7th inning, and the Blue Jays trailing the Reds 10-6 in this rubber match. Thanks so much for sticking around. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Sam Moll into the game. The southpaw reliever for the Reds pitches for a second time in the series. He'll come on to face Spencer Horwitz, Ernie Clement, and Leo Jimenez in the bottom of the 7th. Moll, the bearded, long-haired lefty, making his 42nd appearance of the year. Sub-3 ERA. Left on left is pitched to Horwitz. Is hit back up the middle to center field on a line, but racing in. It's caught underhanded by Friedel. 1 out. So a quick out for Moll, a long-time Oakland A, in 2017 briefly, and then 2021 through 2023. Traded at the deadline to Cincinnati last year, and back with the Reds in his first full season in Cincinnati this year. Lefties pitch to Ernie Clement with 1 out. Fastball outside, ball 1.
Ben, have you seen any Vaughn baseball jerseys here on youth baseball night here at the ballpark?
I have not. Have you?
No, but I've seen a lot of Mississauga North Tigers jerseys, and that's all I wanted to say.
1-0. Called strike 1-1. Well, I actually wasn't a Vaughn Viking. I was a Thornhill Red, so I'm a little more interested in that.
Okay. I've seen a couple Thornhill jerseys.
There you go.
Rolling around.
There you go. 1-1. Bouncer, and it rolls fair on the chalk. No, they're going to call it foul. It sat maybe 2 feet away from the plate. Looked like it was fair. Clement took off for first, but right when it was picked up by Stevenson, they called it foul. By the way, Chris mentioning some of the kids' jerseys. A lot of baseball teams are here tonight. It's the end of youth baseball night at Rogers Center, giving away some batting gloves today to specialty ticket holders. 1-2 to Clement. Swing and a liner headed to left field, hooking and down in fair territory. Cut off on the track by Steer. Clement trying for second, and the throw bounces in offline. It's a one-out double.
That was a fastball at the top of the zone, and Ernie Clement so good at hitting those elevated heaters, 93 miles an hour. He drills it down the line and does a good job running all the way. He thought two right off the bat. Spencer Steer with a good throw to second base, but doesn't beat Ernie Clement for the double.
Blue Jays trying to get something going, trailing 10-6, bottom 7. The pitch to Leo Jimenez. Outside, ball 1. More action in the Reds' pen as Sam Mull continues to work. Lefties 1-0. Called strike. Emilio Pagan, the right-handed reliever, is getting loose right now. Haven't seen him yet in the series. Mull's 1-1. Swing and a miss. Got him out in front on the changeup. It's 1-2. You don't see the changeup a lot from Sam Mull. Four-seamer, sinker, and sweeper are all thrown a lot more than that changeup, but he'll mix it into right-handed hitters.
And that changeup's actually very hard. That last one was 88 miles an hour. His fastball is really only 92 to 93, 94 sometimes. So that 88 mile an hour changeup's actually very hard.
Lefties 1-2. Up top with a fastball at 96. Hardest pitch we've seen from him today. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I take that back. 88 is perfect for the changeup if you can throw 96 miles an hour.
Mull set at the bell. A peek back at second base. The 2-2. No, it's going to be the inside move instead. Just looks back the runner. Clement doesn't throw over to second. Now the lefty ready to go, and here's the 2-2. Bounced it. Did it hit the foot of Jimenez? No. Second time today, it's almost seemed like Jimenez was hit by a pitch. He kind of skipped out of the box like it hit his foot, but it didn't. It bounced in between his feet, and it's a full count.
Yeah, you're right. It was kind of the reaction from Leo that made me think he got hit at least. It was that skip. I've seen him do that before. Maybe just a habit.
Now the 3-2. Swing and a pop-up foul. First base side out of play. Jimenez 0 for 3 today. 2 strikeouts and a ground out. Up here in the bottom of the 7th with Ernie Clement on second and 1 out. Payoff pitch. Fouled back. Skips off the top of the netting and falls into the seats. Long battle here, another 3-2. Low ball 4, and after seeing 9 pitches, Leo Jimenez takes the walk.
And normally I would say I don't like this matchup because Addison Barger is a left-handed hitter. Mull is a left-handed pitcher. But I like this matchup. I like the fact that Addison Barger is seeing the ball better. He's staying on the baseball. He's not just trying to pull everything that he sees. So I like this matchup.
The pitch home. Barger turns away from a fastball up and in, ball 1. And the Blue Jays certainly could use an extra base hit as well, trailing 10-6 with 2 on. And 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. (1-0). Fastball down the middle, called strike. Barger actually hit lefties better than righties at AAA this year, although he has hit righties much better in the majors. 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Clement leading off second. Jimenez off first. And Mole's going to step off the mound and just walk towards second base. Buy himself a little bit of extra time resetting the clock and look back Clement at the same time. Now the lefty at the top of the hill. A look at second and the 1-2. Barger takes up and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mole throws a lot of sweepers to left-handed hitters. You wonder if he goes away with the sweeper here. 2-2 is bounced foul off the foot of Barger and then into fair territory. Went sinker in, and Barger just spoiled it.
Yeah, it seemed like Barger was actually thinking sweeper there. That was a tough pitch, a sinker, just 91 miles an hour, but in on the hands. Barger fouls it off the inside part of his ankle. Doesn't wear any leg protection, just that elbow guard, but that ankle is bare, and he just drilled it off the inside part there.
And hit it hard enough, it went all the way out to short, but it was a foul ball, and now it's 2-2 again. Pitch from Mall. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on the sweeper away, and that's the second out of the inning.
And there was that sweeper, and that's a good one. Here comes David Bell.
Don't want to let the sweeper-heavy lefty face Davis Schneider in this situation. They're going to go to the bullpen for the right-handed hitting Emilio Pagan. Blue Jays do have, or right-handed pitching Emilio Pagan. Blue Jays do have 2 lefty hitters on the bench. We'll see if they bat or Schneider does next, but it's going to be a new pitcher for the Reds with Cincinnati up 10-6, 2 outs and 2 on in the bottom of the 7th. Let's go to baseball control. Here's Show Ali.
Thank you very much, guys. And before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, don't forget we do have Jays Talk tonight. Jeff Blair's here at Baseball Control, or he's here somewhere. He will take your calls and texts after the final out. 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text Line. Standard messaging and data rates may apply. Blair will also throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard. Brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. If you haven't seen this, actually, some World Baseball Classic news. The pools were announced for the 2026 WBC. Team Canada will play in a pool alongside Puerto Rico, Cuba, and Panama. That's Pool A. San Juan in Puerto Rico will host Pool A in early March 2026. Pool A will also be joined by an as-of-yet unknown winner of a qualifying tournament before 2026. If you're curious, the world rankings have Cuba ranked 8th, Panama 10th, Puerto Rico 12th, and Canada 16th. In Major League Baseball, some scores. Orioles at Mets, New York grabbing a 4-3 walk-off win at Citi Field in the Big Apple. Jesse Winker called upon for a pinch hit appearance in the bottom of the 9th inning for the Mets. He clubs his first home run for New York for the walk-off win. Francisco Lindor also went yard. JD Martinez driving in a run as well. Mets taking 2 of 3 in this series. Guardians at Yankees just wrapping up. Aaron Judge with 2 home runs in the 8-1 win for Yankees. Juan Soto smoking his 36th home run as well. Soto actually hitting a new career high in home runs in a single season. Aaron Judge going with number 46 and number 47 of the season. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action at the Rogers Center. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Righty Emilio Pagan is into the game for the Reds. First appearance of the series, 26th of the season, a 3.70 earned run average, and the well-traveled right-hander on his 6th Major League team in his 8th Major League season faces Davis Schneider. 2 outs, 2 on, 10-6 Reds, and the pitch. Swing and a foul ball, 0-1.
Without looking, can you guess the college that Emilio Pagan went to, or do you already know? You already know.
I mean, it's in my notes. I believe it's Belmont Abbey?
Belmont Abbey.
There you go. 0-1. Outside 1-1. I wasn't looking then, but it is in my notes.
It's not every day you see a big leaguer from Belmont Abbey.
Well, in fact, he's only the third ever major leaguer from Belmont Abbey College, which is in North Carolina. One played 24 games in 2012 and 13 combined, and the other one played from 1919 to 1933. Pagan throws over to second, and they're going to call a balk. Emilio Pagan balks, and that will move the runner Clement up to third and Jimenez up to second with 2 outs.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he did. I'm going to have to take a look at this replay here, but it was an inside move. I don't know if he flinched.
I don't think he really spun around. He actually kind of stepped towards the plate like he was pitching and then turned around.
Yeah, that was a strange one.
1-1. Called strike 1 and 2. So that balk does eliminate a couple of forces and makes it now that a single likely scores 2 runs, which in a 10-6 game would be huge. Davis Schneider, though, behind in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pagan, the righty, kicks and delivers. Miss outside with a fastball at 97, 2-2. Pagan sits in the mid-90s with his 4-seamer, throws a cutter and a splitter as well. Cutter was his best pitch last year, but it's been hammered this season. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. A scream from Pagan, who beats Schneider with 96, strands a pair of runners, and sends us to the 8th. 10-6 Reds at Rogers Center. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The eyes of the tennis world shift to the Big Apple, and former Grand Slam champion Tracy Austin and Dan Grasso preview the 144th edition of the U.S. Open.
Novak Djokovic wins the U.S. Open. The greatest gets greater.
From Novak Djokovic continuing his rivalry with phenom Carlos Alcaraz to Coco Gauff's title defense.
Coco Gauff is the United States Open champion.
Hear the U.S. Open preview show right now on the all-new SiriusXM app. Just search U.S. Open.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
Hello, Blue Jay fans. I'm Craig Ballard, host of your daily Locked On Blue Jays podcast. Locked On Blue Jays is part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day. Locked On Blue Jays brings you the latest Blue Jays news and analysis and breaks down all of the action. Locked On Blue Jays is everything a Blue Jays fan could want, all in a 30-minute daily podcast. Download Locked On Blue Jays right now on the SXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Blue Jays.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
At Radio Network.
Top of the 8th inning in downtown Toronto. Rubber match of this 3-game series. It's Reds 10, Blue Jays 6. With Zach Pop still on the mound. Righty's delivery to Elly De La Cruz hits the middle of the plate, strike 1. Thank you very much for sticking around with us. Approaching 10 o'clock Eastern here in Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 0-1. Inside, De La Cruz dances out of the way. 1-1.
I tell you what, that's an effective pitch, though. Getting De La Cruz uncomfortable in that batter's box with that cutter almost at the front hip, and now he can throw that sinker down and away, and he's probably going to be effective.
1-1. Missed just off the plate outside with the sinker. 2-1.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to do.
Big day for De La Cruz. 2 singles and a walk, 2 runs scored, also a stolen base. 2-1. Swing and a deep fly ball left field. Racing back Schneider toward the corner, and that ball is gone. Opposite field, home run for Elly De La Cruz, and the Reds extend the lead 11-6 11 unanswered runs.
I actually don't know how that ball got out. That just shows you how strong De La Cruz is. It was a good fastball, down and away, 96 miles an hour, and De La Cruz just dropped the head and hit a little fly ball down the line in left field. Got out of here by about 10 feet over that wall.
341 feet, just enough to get out of the yard for the 22nd De La Cruz homer of the season. Pop looks to regroup now against Tyler Stevenson. First pitch swinging, Stevenson pops it up just behind the shortstop Clement, who backs up onto the left center field turf and makes the catch. 1 out.
That's got to be frustrating for Zach Pop. He's looked very good in this outing so far. I would say one of his best outings of the season in terms of velo, location. And then he just makes a decent pitch to Ellie De La Cruz, who just hits it looked like a fly ball, a weak fly ball to left field, and it just kept going and going and going.
Pop pitched to 1-2-3 7th with a pair of strikeouts before allowing that leadoff home run. Now with 1 out, his pitch to TJ Friedel outside, ball 1. Guerrero a little bit in at third. Second day in a row we've seen Vlad at third, and we could see a lot more of it before the season is done. 1-0. Up top, 2-0. Sounds like they're going to give Vlad some decent run at third base. See how he fares over there. 2-0 pitch. Swinging a bouncer foul left side.
He's fared pretty well if you ask me. The only thing that I think is weird is that glove that he uses now looks tiny because I'm so used to him using that first base glove, which is about double the size. Looks like he has a Little League glove on over there.
2-1 pitch. Swing and a bouncer back to the backstop, 2-2. Well, funny you say that. Spencer Horwitz has been at first again because Vlad's been at third. And I asked Horwitz, was it normal, or did you actually feel kind of rusty going back to your native position of first base? And he said the glove just felt heavy, super big and super heavy after playing second base. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pop against Friedel. 11-6 for the Reds. 1 out, top of the 8th, and the 2-2 is hit back foul into the netting. John Schneider did say next year it's probably not going to be like a half and half, Vlad at first or third. He said they're going to pick one. He didn't say that it was just first base. He said they're probably going to pick one and have him play most of the time there. 2-2 pitch hit in the air, shallow right center. Varsho stops 15 feet in front of the track, makes the catch. 2 outs.
Well, I think John Schneider knows that it all depends on what happens in the offseason, who they sign, who they trade for, things like that. I mean, it's great to think Vlad can either play first, Vlad can either play third, Vlad can DH. He can do a lot of things.
It potentially opens the door, and Schneider acknowledged this yesterday while trying to not get too specific, that it opens the door to sign potential power-hitting first baseman. First pitch to Spencer Steer outside, 1-0. 2 outs, 11-6 Reds, top of the 8th.
Who do you have in mind?
This guy that plays in New York. That's a lot of homers at first, and I'm not talking about Ben Rice. 1-0, swing and a miss, 1-1.
Although I like Ben Rice.
Yeah, but he's not even close to a free agent. And that's just one example. Pete Alonso. There's Christian Walker, a free agent from Arizona as well. 1-1. Inside, 2-1. It just opens up more opportunities, though. The Blue Jays may find that they have better prospects at signing a third baseman, but just having the option potentially to look at either spot gives you more creative ways to add some thump to the lineup. Pops 2-1. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
But on the flip side, if Vlad does become an everyday third baseman, guess what? The value just goes a little bit further up.
And so the contract value goes up, but also the value as a player goes up. Sure. So if you sign him, he is more valuable to your team in theory. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pop with his third strikeout of the appearance, but he does give up a run in the 8th on the Ellie De La Cruz solo homer. That makes it 11-6 for the Reds, middle of the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
The Blue Jays are inviting you to work from Dome. Put it in your calendar. 307 weekday starts this season. You can work from Dome with friends or coworkers at Rogers Center. It's a game changer. Make the ballpark your office for the afternoon. Work from Dome, 307 weekday starts. Let's touch base. Check out ticket options on BlueJays.com/workfromdome.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big. On this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at Desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Kirk smacks it down the left field line. This one's got a chance. It's good.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 8th inning and a pinch hitter for the Blue Jays. Will Wagner is on in the spot of Brian Servin. A swing and a miss at the first pitch from Emilio Pagan. Strike one. Reds 11, Blue Jays 6. A game Toronto at one point led 6-0 and has completely flipped. Pagan got the last down of the 7th, pitching in the bottom of the 8th. The 0-1 is hit foul by Wagner, 0-2. It's Wagner, then the top of the Blue Jays order. Oh-2 pitch. Swing and a fly ball, left center field. Friedel moving over, but the left fielder's Steer makes the call and brings it in, 1 out. Second inning of work for Emilio Pagan, who's in the middle of a 2-year, $16 million deal. This is the first year of the deal. He can opt out after the season if he wants. Pitch to George Springer, called strike 0-1. But you figure he probably sticks around. Hasn't been his best year, and he was on the 60-day injured list for a while, so he just hasn't pitched a ton after a lat strain suffered in June. 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Pagan, a part of the Twins team last year that beat the Blue Jays in the American League wild card. 1-1 pitch called strike, 1-2. One out, base is empty. Springer is 1 for 2, a home run, a walk, and a hit by pitch. 1-2. Hit foul off to the right. Pagan shakes off a sign, now sets above the bell. Righty kicks and fires. Chopper to the left side of the mound, charging in De La Cruz. Shortstop gloves, throws off balance, and gets Springer for the out. De La Cruz had to charge in really hard, lost his hat in the process, and was hunched over, almost parallel to the ground, as he tossed it over to first base to get Springer.
Yeah, that's a great play. Falling away from first base, throwing a strike to Ty France at first for the out. But he is just a fun player to watch, just 22 years old. He's going to be a great one for a long time.
Gets his hat back on his head, moves up the middle with the left-handed hitter Varsho up. Varsho swings at the first pitch, bounces it to first, fumbled by France, who picks it up and throws to the bag to get Varsho and end the inning. A quick 1-2-3 for Pagan sends us to the ninth. 11-6 Reds at Rogers Center. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The music.
The history.
The legend.
The Beatles.
It's a good message. It's love. It's peace. And I think that's what everybody wants.
The Beatles channel.
Peace and love to you all.
Hello, it's Paul McCartney, and you are listening to me.
The Beatles channel.
The coolest channel in the world.
On Channel 18. Or listen anytime and anywhere on the SiriusXM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed strike three and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports. And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like SiriusXM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Turbin, your 24/7 home for hoops all year long is SiriusXM NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
And the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Ninth inning in Toronto, 11-6 the Reds lead in this rubber match. Chad Green is on for the Blue Jays. Dealing now with a new catcher in the game as well. Alejandro Kirk in for the Blue Jays, and the first pitch to Ty France popped up. Back of the plate, Kirk gets rid of his mask and makes the catch right near the backstop, 1 out.
Well, if you're the Blue Jays, that's what you want. Quick outs so you can get back to that dugout and try to get back in this ball game. Chad Green hasn't pitched since August 18th against Chicago. He went 1 inning, gave up a hit, no earned runs.
That was when Green picked up the save for the Blue Jays in the series finale against the Cubs. Not a typical spot here that you'd see him in, but Blue Jays trying to keep this one as close as possible, down 11-6. Santiago Espinal is up. He's 1 for 3 today with a single and a walk. First pitch fastball, called strike. Middle innings really hurt the Blue Jays. Innings 4-6. The Reds scored 10 runs. Now lead 11-6 as Espinal takes outside 1-1. Green's 1-1. Hit foul down the right field line, looping into the seats. Green gets ahead of Espinal, the ball and 2 strikes. One-two. Swinging a foul to the right. What a year it's been for Chad Green. 40th appearance. And his earned run average is right now at 180. 1-2. Down and away. If you ended the season today, it would be a career best earned run average for Chad Green. Kicks and delivers. 2-2 is bounced to the third base side of the mound. Green backhands, throws falling away, and he got him. Heck of a play by the pitcher, Green. 2 outs.
Well, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Chad Green are both looking at each other, smiling. I'm sure Vlad's saying, whoa, I didn't know you had that in you. It's a pretty good play. Falling away from first base on the third base side. Little sidearm throw right to the chest of Spencer Horwitz.
And Vlad was deep at third with Espinal up, so I don't think he really had a play. It was kind of greens or no ones. The pitch to Will Benson. Strike one with a fastball. 2 quick outs here in the top of the ninth. 11-6, the Reds leading the Blue Jays. Oh, 1. Called strike again with a fastball, 0-2. Benson 0 for 3, took a 4-pitch walk in the third, a pop out and 2 strikeouts since. 0-2. Hit in the air, foul, very high, and into the deep 100 level down the third baseline.
Coming into this season, Chad Green actually only had 11 career saves. When you think Chad Green, you think of late inning guy, but he was always just a setup guy on that Yankees team.
13 for 13 in saves this year. Misses up top with the 0-2. It's a ball and 2 strikes.
Was it Dylan Betances that was closing when he was? Or was he already
Well, it was a lot of Chapman.
A lot of Chapman, yeah.
1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider gets Benson out in front, and for Chad Green, a 1-2-3 inning capped off by a punch-out. We go to the bottom of the ninth with the Reds up 11-6. Blue Jays have Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leading off, but need 5 to tie. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. He keeps this game tied
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you at Baseball Control in our downtown Toronto studios. The Jays trail the Reds 11-6 as we head to the bottom of the ninth inning at the Rogers Center. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this evening. Jeff Blair is here at Baseball Control with me. He will take your calls and texts after the final out. 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text line. Standard message and data rates may apply. Blair will also throw out the numbers for you to call after this game is in the books. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. The Jays trail 11-6 as we head to bottom 9 at the Dome. Down at the Rogers Center, here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. Fernando Cruz is in the game for the Reds, trying to close out the first ever Reds series win in Toronto. It's 11-6 right now for Cincinnati. Blue Jays look for a big comeback. Cruz will face Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Spencer Horwitz, and Ernie Clement here in the bottom of the ninth. Tall veteran right-hander twists back and delivers to Guerrero, who smokes a ball up the middle for a base hit. His first hit today, and a good start for Toronto in the ninth.
Well, that was just a fastball right down the middle. Fernando Cruz trying to sneak in a strike there, but Vladimir Guerrero Jr. ready for it. Drilled that baseball almost right at Cruz. Right back up the middle for a leadoff single.
Cruz throws the mid-90s four-seamer, throws a high-80s cutter, and a low-80s splitter. The splitter is the big pitch for the righty. Veteran of 3 years in the majors, but a long pro career. First pitch, Guerrero takes off for second, and the pitch is outside, ball 1. I believe they'll go defensive indifference on that one as Guerrero easily takes second without a throw.
Can we get some exit velo on that last base hit by Vlad? He absolutely smoked that thing.
Give me a second, then I got you. First the 1-0. Downstairs, 2 balls, no strikes. 101. So actually by Vlad's standards, not that crazy.
Yeah, that's not that good at all for him.
I mean, for everyone else, that's really hard, but not a ton for him. He's on second, 2-0 to Horwitz. Swing and a miss, strike one.
It's also hard when it's coming directly back at you like Fernando Cruz.
Yeah. Cruz from Bayamon, Puerto Rico, same hometown as Jose Barrios. A sixth rounder by the Royals in 2007. 2-1. Swinging a foul off, 2-2. Spent 5 years in the Royals system. Released in 2012. Out of affiliated ball a couple of years. Some time in the Cubs system. Some indie ball. Made it to the majors with the Reds in September of 2022. More than 15 years after he was drafted, he made his major league debut. Righty looks at second, now the 2-2. High ball 3.
That is a rare occurrence, I have to say. I've played with some guys that have toiled in the minor leagues for a long time before they make their debut, but 15 years to be kicking around the minor leagues, making no money, probably has a family, and finally to make it in 2022, I mean, it's got to be turned into a movie.
3-2 pitch. High ball 4. So the first two are aboard for the Blue Jays, who are just trying at this point to get as many base runners as possible and then maybe line up a big swing. Single and a walk to start the inning have prompted pitching coach Derek Johnson to go out to the mound. And you wonder how soon the Reds bullpen gets stirring if the Blue Jays get another runner or two. Perhaps Alexis Diaz, the closer, gets up.
Yeah, Fernando Cruz really isn't having a great season. 59 games, 50 innings pitched, just an ERA at 5.36. But the most impressive thing when looking at his numbers, he has 78 strikeouts in just 50 and a third innings. That tells you how good his stuff is.
He's run into a lot of trouble recently, though. Pitched in the series where the Royals swept the Reds this past weekend, and in a 2-inning performance on August 16th gave up 4 runs. He struck out 3, but gave up 4 hits, including a home run. Blue Jays down 11-6, 2 on, nobody out in the bottom of the ninth. Pitch to Ernie Clement is popped up into the seats, foul, 0-1.
In his last 30 games, he has an ERA above 8.
It does seem like a lot of the time when it rains, it pours. The 4 earned runs recently, 3 earned runs on August 4th without getting it out against San Francisco. And the Blue Jays are looking for an inning like that. 0-1 to Clement. Swing and a hard hit ball to short. Picked up by De La Cruz. Throws to second one, over to first. 6-4-3 double play, and that will quiet down the rally in a hurry as 2 are retired on that hard ground ball, and now the Blue Jays only have 1 out to play with and 1 runner on. It's Guerrero at third.
Yeah, Ernie Clement actually hit that ball pretty hard right at Ellie De La Cruz, but such a smooth play on that one hop. Makes an easy throw to second base, and then Jonathan India with the turn for the double play.
Reds do have their closer Alexis Diaz up, but Cruz can finish it with 1 more out. Here's his pitch to Leo Jimenez. Swing and a line drive right field, sinking and down in the gap, bouncing into the wall. Guerrero scores. Jimenez trying for second, slides in with an RBI double, and it's 11-7.
Pretty good swing from Leo Jimenez. I would imagine that that's the last pitch that we're going to see from Cruz. I don't think the Reds want to mess around here, especially with the wild card up for grabs in the National League. They're fighting for one of those spots, and they're going to leave him in this ballgame.
Addison Barger up to the plate. 2 outs. Runner on second, Jimenez, and the pitch. Strike 1. If this game continues, it looks like the Blue Jays will go to a pinch hitter. Davis Schneider is scheduled to hit next, but Joey Loperfido is taking swings on deck. 0-1. Called strike 2. Blue Jays down to their final strike here. It's 11-7 for the Reds. Jimenez on second after the RBI double. Barger at the plate. 0-2. High and outside. Blue Jays were up 6-0 after 3 innings, but the Reds exploded for 10 runs in innings 4 to 6. 1-2. Swing and a high fly ball center field. Coming in and now backing up. Friedel makes the catch. And the Reds win the game. Cincinnati, with a big comeback, turns a 6-0 deficit into an 11-7 win. And the Reds take the series from the Blue Jays here in Toronto.
Well, the Blue Jays came out hot, scoring 6 runs in the first 3 innings. But as we've talked about so often tonight, the Cincinnati Reds got 11 runs after that. The Blue Jays coming up with 1 run in that bottom of the 9th. But tough ball game for the Blue Jays. Tough ball game to watch. They have to be better than that.
Blue Jays drop this one 11-7 to the Reds. We're going to take a quick step aside, wrap it up on the other side, and then send you over to Blue Jays Talk with Jeff Blair. Stick around. Blue Jays lose 11-7 to Cincinnati. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
So, you want to be a Looney Dogger, eh? Every Tuesday Blue Jays home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneiders. Grab $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around Rogers Center. Plus, stop by the Schneiders Porch, your hot dog headquarters. The destination for a one-of-a-kind hot dog experience with excellent ballpark views. So, whether you're the relish ringleader or 7th-inning snacker, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. Don't miss out on this delicious deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneiders. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
We're twomenintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2 men in a truck, 2 men in a truck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2 men in a truck, 2 men in a truck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2 men in a truck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Hey, this is Kevin Gosman. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays fall 11-7 to the Cincinnati Reds and drop the series here in Toronto. Welcome back to Rogers Center, and thanks for sticking around. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Blue Jays had a 5-homer performance yesterday, and it was a big game to try to live up to. But early on, Chris, homers galore. 2 in the first inning and 1 in the third. The Blue Jays bats came out of the gate hot with 6 runs in the first 3 innings.
I mean, we made a joke before the game started. Can they keep this up? And they were coming up against Nick Martinez, who was very stingy with giving up runs over the last little while. Just 3 earned runs given up in his last 18 innings. And the Blue Jays came out hot, putting a 6 spot on him in his first 3 innings. And after that, the pitching kind of just fell apart. Every bullpen guy that came into this ball game just seemed like they couldn't throw strikes outside of Zach Pop and Chad Green, and it was all downhill from there.
Reds ended up scoring 2 runs in the 4th, 5 in the 5th, and 3 in the 6th. They'd score 11 unanswered overall and take the game 11-7. Neither starter factored into the decision. Yariel Rodriguez threw 4 1/3, 6 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 walks, and 6 Ks. Nick Martinez threw 4 1/3, 6 hits, 6 earned runs, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts. The Reds ended up with 11 runs on 11 hits, 1 error, and 6 left. The Blue Jays, 7 runs on 10 hits, 1 error, and 9 left. Emilio Pagan with the win in relief goes to 3-3. Brendan Little with the loss goes to 1-2. Over 27,000 here on hand for a 3-hour, 16-minute affair. The Blue Jays drop the game 11-7, lose the series, and fall to 59-68. The Reds up to 62-65. Blue Jays will play the second series of this homestand coming up tomorrow. The Los Angeles Angels are in town a week after the Blue Jays swept the Angels. LA is here playing 4 games starting tomorrow with a 7:07 first pitch. Don't know the starters yet. We will find out tomorrow. Should be an interesting ball game for sure, and hope you can join us then. Thanks for tuning in tonight. For our technical directors, Andrew Adams and Stephen Coyle, our host and producer, Show Ali, and my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Hope you have a great rest of your evening and get your calls and texts in. It's Blue Jays Talk with Jeff Blair.
All right. Well, that was 363 pitches, 3 hours and 16 minutes worth of baseball. The Blue Jays losing 11-7 to the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds winning the rubber match of this 3-game series at the Rogers Center. And the LA Angels come in for 4 games beginning tomorrow. And then the schedule starts getting, it starts getting serious again. I mean, it's serious in that the Jays will be playing a bunch of teams that still have wild card or postseason ambitions. But through this part of the schedule, at least, with games against Oakland, the Angels, and Chicago, Cincinnati, teams that, teams that safe to say aren't by any stretch of the imagination World Series contenders. The Jays are about, I think they're 6-6 right now. And they've got 4 games left, as I said, against the Angels. Then it starts getting serious again. So this is where you are if you are a Blue Jays fan. And again, 11-7 loss tonight. The big news tonight, really, I mean, we are at that time of year, even though it's only August. The big news tonight involving the Blue Jays, is the announcement by Joey Votto that he is retiring from the game. Joey Votto, I would imagine, is on his way to being a first ballot Hall of Famer. But I'm kind of puzzled by this. I wonder how you feel about it. We'll talk about the game as well. The numbers are 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-866-0590. I have no idea what this whole Joey Votto thing was about. I literally have no clue. We know that Joey Votto suffered an ankle injury stepping in a bat in the dugout in spring training. It seemed to take forever to heal. His return was stop-start. He certainly wasn't putting up any numbers at AAA. I think he did an interview with Shai Davidi a couple of weeks ago where he essentially said, look, I'm not ready to come up. I want to come up when I feel that I can contribute. This is just bizarre. Like, I understand, the perfect narrative would be Joey Votto comes back, finishes his career in a Blue Jays jersey. It's his hometown. I kind of get that. Although, I mean, when I think of Joey Votto, I'm going to think of him in a Cincinnati Reds jersey. I would always think of him in a Cincinnati Reds jersey. I never would have thought of him in a Toronto Blue Jays jersey. I just don't get it. I know Kevin Barker talked about this as well. I don't see what was in it for Joey Votto, and unless he thought, that there was a chance he could come back next year and play as well. And I just don't get what was in it for the Blue Jays. I really don't. I mean, they basically let a guy rehab on their dime for 8 months, 6 months, however many months. And I guess the payoff was catch lightning in a bottle for a playoff drive, maybe. Or, bring Joey Votto up, let him have a weekend series or whatever, a couple of weeks in a Blue Jays uniform, maybe sell some extra tickets. And this would have been the series to do it, right? It's the Cincinnati Reds. And when that didn't happen, and then to have Joey Votto retire on an a 9-word Instagram announcement in the parking lot at the stadium in Buffalo, followed up by, a more detailed release. Just bizarre. I have no idea what this whole thing was about. And I mean, look, Joey Votto's a great player, fine, et cetera, et cetera. I just have no idea what the Jays were doing. And it's just another thing about this season that's just going to make you shake your head. 416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590. I've had my say about Joey Votto. You can have your say as well. But let's start talking about the game tonight, 11-7. Lots of home runs in this game. The Blue Jays hitting 3 of them. Cincinnati hitting 4. Ellie De La Cruz was the star of the game. We've seen this guy in TV an awful lot. But when you see him in person, when you just watch what he does and how he goes about his business and the sheer dynamism of him, it is so much fun. It is so much fun to see. And that'll be my takeaway from this series. Beyond that, Yariel Rodriguez, still not efficient enough for my liking. Staked to an early lead by his team. The bullpen, we've seen this all year with the bullpen. The bullpen is just as it's got some intriguing pieces. It's got some guys who are just thoroughly unreliable. Beyond that, saw a little bit of offense out of the Blue Jays. But other than that, Ian Maple, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Head shaker, that seems to be a common thing this year. It's so frustrating, Blair. Going into tonight's game, Schneider, he starts Schneider when you have Loperfido, who's finally getting into some sort of a groove. You have Wagner, who's hitting every righty, and you start Schneider, who's been the second worst hitter in baseball over the last 3 months. I think only Mitch Garver is worse, and he's getting death threats.
and laugh. Is he really getting – really?
Yeah, he went on to last week or 2 weeks ago. He went on to the media and said that he was getting death threats for hitting 169. Yeah, so
jeez.
Saying that, Schneider's been absolutely horrible. He's an auto out. I think he got a meaningless single when they were up 6-0. I think it was 2 outs. I don't recall. But I don't understand Schneider's thinking. Like, why are you put in Wagner, put in Loperfido? I know there's a day off here, a day off there. You know what you have in Schneider. He's an auto out. And you basically ruined this guy. He should have been sent down to the minors a month ago to try to get something back. But this guy's been the worst hitter I've ever seen in maybe 10 years over a 3-month span. He's like Matt Chapman 2.0, but even worse.
Yeah. Look, I don't even know where to go with this game. Here's the thing. At this time of year, given where this team is, not arguing, because I know we're not arguing here. In fact, I'm agreeing with you, but just trying to read anything into the lineup almost seems, and I don't mean this. I do mean this with all respect. It just almost seems arguing about the lineup seems pointless, because my response would be, I don't know. I'm not certain that I care why Davis Schneider started over Joey Loperfido. I don't know if it's a bat path. Who the hell knows? Yeah, if it's me, I want to see Loperfido and Wagner. Absolutely. I know what Davis Schneider is. Davis Schneider was a great story. But Davis Schneider right now is so far down in the pecking order when it comes to what this team, when it comes to who I want to see in the field right now and who I think can be of use for me to me next year. I kind of know what Davis Schneider is. All I need to know about Davis Schneider, though, and Barker makes this point so well, Davis Schneider's not an everyday player next year. If he is, this team's in trouble. If Davis Schneider is going to be on the bench, he's going to have to be a guy who's going to come out and crush left-handed pitching. That's all I want to know about Davis Schneider from this point on. The rest of it, I don't care. But I am going to say this. I just can't get worked up arguing about a lineup for a team that's 59-68 and is out of the playoff race. I just kind of, I'm at the whatever point when it comes to the lineup. I really am. I'm at the whatever point. But yes, I want to see more of Will Wagner. And I want to see more of Joey Loperfido. And I do want to see less of Davis Schneider. And I want to see more of Leo Jimenez than Davis Schneider, to be honest. Because unless Davis Schneider can play shortstop or third base for me next year, he's not going to be a starting outfielder. I think Loperfido offers you more as a fourth outfielder. So yeah, I'm with you in that regard. But again, I just, beyond finding out how many games Vladdy's playing at third base, there's really not a whole hell of a lot about this lineup that is enough to get me worked up about anything at this point in time. Do we have the Joey Votto clip? This is Joey Votto announcing. Is this him announcing it in the parking lot, right? He's doing this is Joey Votto going out as only Joey Votto can.
That's it. I'm done. I am officially retired from baseball.
Well, there you go. That's future Hall of Famer Joey Votto announcing in the parking lot of Buffalo that he's retired. As I said, then he released more of a statement, saying that he really wanted to finish his career playing in front of his people in Canada. It's just bizarre. Just bizarre. And to make the announcement on the night when your team is playing in Toronto, the final game of a series. Like, Joey, you couldn't wait until tomorrow? I mean, you can do what you want. I don't care. You still got my Hall of Fame vote. But, cynics would look at that and go, dude, are you sending a message? Because and I mean, there are people out there flaming the Blue Jays right now on social media because they did Joey. They did Joey dirt. They didn't bring Joey up to face the Reds. We'll talk about that in a few more minutes. Here's John Schneider, manager of the Blue Jays.
John, with the Votto news before the game, what are your thoughts on that and your brief experiences with him this season?
Yeah, found out kind of right as the game started. Unbelievable career, and I think getting to know him briefly in spring was a treat for everyone. And I'm sure I don't have all the details and haven't spoken to him or anything, but just what a unique player, wonderful person, and he's been a great teammate his entire career. So it was cool to get to know him a little bit and wish him the best in his retirement. He was one of the best for the last 20 years.
I know his numbers down in Buffalo weren't great lately, but over these last couple of weeks, were there conversations about a timeline for him, and where did those get up until now?
Yeah, again, he was kind of a big part of the conversation and driving any decision that was going to happen with how he felt physically and how he was performing. So I know that he had been in touch with coaches there, with us here, front office and staff, more front office actually, but. I think that if he felt like he was ready to contribute, that's definitely the conversation to be had, and unfortunately that wasn't the case.
Yariel started pretty strong tonight, and then things got a little rocky, fourth, fifth. Like, what was kind of the difference there for him?
Yeah, he was good. I think just some deep counts, some walks. We picked him up. Varsh, great play on Ellie's ball in the gap there. Still with a 6-run lead. Just a couple misses with the breaking ball, I think, and the homer from Steer, and then kind of couldn't really wiggle out of that inning. He was at the end of his pitch count, and, I think kind of just ran out of steam, really. But he had some really good pitches and some that were kind of just up in the zone.
And how does the bullpen usage tonight impact your pitching plans for tomorrow?
Makes it a little interesting. We're still going to go TBD, I think, for tomorrow, with Yarbs being part of it, and most people should be available tomorrow. Good for Zach to get 2 innings there. It's not easy in a losing situation, but we should be okay tomorrow.
We were talking about Swanson before the game, and he had a rough one today. What was it that didn't go well for him that had been going well the last couple of weeks?
I think his delivery kind of got out of whack a little bit. A lot of stuff was left arm side. We talked earlier about his slider being better and fastball command being better, and that kind of escaped him tonight. And that was kind of the main thing.
Davis got the hit early and turned on one with the bases loaded later in the game. Are you seeing better stuff from him?
Yeah, even the 2-strike fly out to center, a little bit shorter and quicker to the ball, and then the base hit. He had better swings tonight for sure, and then that's kind of where he's been. That foul ball with the bases loaded first pitch, just everything is just a tick quick, and just kind of just not really synced up. So I think that kind of showed in his last couple at bats, but definitely getting the offer out of the way, and then with the work that he's doing, hopefully he can kind of continue to move on.
Thanks. It just sounds like you found out about Votto the same time we all did. But I just wondered, over the last few days, did you see anything that this was pointing to this decision, or did this totally catch you off guard tonight?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that news kind of when it came out. And, again, Joey, from the day that he came into camp, was very adamant that he knows his body and knows how he's feeling and the kind of timeline that he would need. So our AAA hitting coach Ryan Long was here on Monday, and we talked about him, and he was still working his ass off, So I think when you're a player of that caliber with that kind of career, you kind of know. And, that's how we found out.
John Ernie's been showing a little more pop here lately. Are you noticing anything different from him, and what do you like about this recent stretch?
Nothing really different, I think even going back to, last year, just with some adjustments he made with his swing, understanding where he can drive the ball and doing that. He can adjust to different kind of pitch types and locations in the zone, which is a really good trait to have in today's game. And I think we all know he's an aggressive hitter, but I think the last handful of games with three homers, I believe, I think he's just putting good swings on pitches.
That was John Schneider, manager of the Toronto Blue Jays. So John Schneider admitting he was surprised that Joey Votto made his announcement before the start of the game, which is interesting considering we were led to believe that everybody was in communication on this. So clearly Joey Votto caught at least some people, the Blue Jays, off guard. And maybe, we'll need to hear more from Joey Votto about why the actual decision was made when it was made. I'm wondering if perhaps in his own mind, Joey Votto hadn't pinpointed this series as kind of a marker for him as he was going through his rehab, and essentially taking the approach that, look, if I'm not ready to go against the Reds, and if the Blue Jays, if I'm not contributing to a team that is in the pennant race or a postseason hunt, at that point, I will make a call. And it's entirely possible Joey Votto did that. It's entirely possible that, today was the day by which he had, in his own mind, he'd set up a deadline to make a decision. But, again, clearly puzzling to do it the way he did it in a parking lot without, seemingly without informing the Blue Jays about it. So, again, I'm sure the Blue Jays are going to get flamed at social media for this. Welcome to 2024. That's really all I can say. Welcome to 2024. The Blue Jays 11-7 losers to the Cincinnati Reds tonight. Matt in Vancouver, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, Jeff. Thanks for having me on.
No worries.
And, just wanted to share my favorite Joey Votto moment, if I could. Take you back to 2009, just for a little bit. And, go back to his Team Canada performance that he had in the World Baseball Classic. There was a game in which Canada was playing the United States, and he didn't win the game, but it sure was exciting. They lost 6-5, but Joey Votto hit a home run in the third inning. At the time, it put him up by 1 run, so that it was a 2-1 game, and it was just a really exciting moment because, you had hope. It's a huge game, and I found the stat sheet just as I was on hold here, but the attendance was like 42,314. I was just watching on TV, of course, but really cool to see that. And I heard that on his way to the ballpark, he used public transit in the subway system there. So yeah, I thought it was a cool detail to share. And if you have any memories about that, I'd like to hear it too. Thanks.
Yeah, I got to tell you the God's honest truth. I got no memories of Joey Votto other than watching him on TV. I mean, I do remember being assigned a Joey Votto feature by a former employer that required me to go down to Cincinnati to talk to Joey Votto. Actually, I think it was Pittsburgh, to talk to Joey Votto. And of course, I'd set it up ahead of time, as one does. You know, you set up with the PR people, et cetera, et cetera. And I figured Joey Votto, and I didn't really know Joey Votto that well. But, you figure I was with the Globe and Mail, it was Canada's paper, going to do basically, it was going to do a fluff piece, right? I'm going down to do a fluff piece in Joey Votto. And I don't think I ever got an interview with him despite setting it up. It was one of those, do it tomorrow. Can we do it the next day? And that was kind of my memory of Joey Votto. Joey Votto could be a little erratic at times. For whatever reason, he seemed to soften his edges a little bit as his career went on. At some point, the Joey Votto that everybody loved seeing mic'd up, the Joey Votto that was, wearing, the RCMP uniform, all that good stuff. At some point, that guy emerged. But up to that point, it could be surly at times. So, I do remember that game against the U.S. And I do remember the atmosphere at the Rogers Center was electric. But yeah, God's honest truth. That's kind of my memory of Joey Votto. 416-870. I wish I could be more romantic than that, but I just can't. I could make up some sort of BS answer, but I'm just not gonna, because it's August 21st. It's 10:51 p.m. The Jays just lost to the Reds, and it's a lousy season so far. So I'm not gonna. I just don't feel like it. 416-870-0590 star 591 888-666-0590. Why don't we take a break, and I'll come back. I'll think if I've got any romantic stories about Joey Votto I can tell you. It's Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Holy cow! Blue Jays baseball on Sportsnet puts you in the center of the action. Whether it's pre or post-game, Blue Jays Central has exclusive insights you won't find anywhere else. Plus, get instant updates and highlights from Sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet app.
And the roll continues for Vladdy.
Watch, stream, or listen on Sportsnet and the Sportsnet Radio Network. All the action, all the analysis. Sportsnet, home of the Blue Jays. We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think two men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're two men and a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Blue Jays up 3-2 on a wacky play to give Toronto the lead.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All right, 11-7. The Blue Jays have lost to the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds took this 3-game series. The Jays will now welcome the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim for 4 games, and then they get back into playing major league teams. Go on to Boston to play the Red Sox. Daryl, you are in between London and Sarnia. Why are you in between London and Sarnia? You're in your car, clearly.
Yes, I am. Okay. I'm, first of all, great to meet you virtually.
Yes.
On my way for work to Michigan, so
there you go.
Great way to kill time to listen to your broadcast in the Jays, and unfortunate conclusion, but it helps kill the drive, so thank you.
Let's hope that's the only thing we killed tonight. Go ahead.
I just, more of a comment. I've been in different industries, and, unfortunately, there's a high level of accountability around performance, technology, telecom software. And you really, you sweat it. You have to deliver. And I just find it odd that it's gone kind of awfully quiet around Ross Atkins and the lack of accountability, the lack of, I think, the narrative to get rid of him. I think in the corporate world, like what I was referring to, he wouldn't have been around this long. So I'm just surprised that there's not a lot more chatter to get this done, find the GM for next year, turn the page, and be honest about this. And enough's enough. And I'm just surprised how quiet. I think Chris Bassett said some neat things. But the reality is that I'm just finding people are just tired, and
yes,
they're not really talking about it much. That's my question. Why is it died down?
Yeah, I appreciate the call. I mean, Barker and I have certainly brought it up all the time. I've said I'm surprised. I was surprised that one of Ross Atkins or John Schneider wasn't fired after last year, given the way that thing unwound and given those news conferences. Mark, to be quite honest, Ross Atkins and Mark Shapiro, neither one of them do a great deal of media. Mark's most recent media, and Mark is the president of the Blue Jays and CEO. And he essentially gave Ross Atkins a vote of confidence. And that's kind of the end of it. He made very clear that this is an organization that has problems. Obviously, they're aware of that, but that he considered Ross to be very much part of the answer. So beyond that, I can come on every day and say, fire Ross Atkins, fire Ross Atkins, fire Ross Atkins, fire Ross Atkins. If Mark Shapiro isn't going to fire Ross Atkins, there's jack squat I can do about it. And you can keep saying it and keep talking about it, but ultimately it's Mark Shapiro's call, or somebody above Mark Shapiro makes the call, in which case maybe that call also involves Mark Shapiro. But Daryl, that everybody's talking about it. We talk about it all the time. But unfortunately, it's not up to us. And listen, I really do think that there's a big disconnect between this front office and fans. I've said this often. I have some concerns about the patience that this fan base. I don't like speaking for the fan base because to me those are kind of weasel words, right? What I'm trying to say is I'm not entirely certain I'm not entirely certain, that I have enough patience for it. And maybe that, as someone who sort of considers himself to be part of the fan base, maybe that extrapolating it a bit. There's, Ross Atkins has been criticized, but it ain't our call. Mark Shapiro's got to make the decision. If he doesn't want to make the decision and somebody above him thinks that a move needs to be made, you can put 2 and 2 together. 11-7, the Blue Jays lose to the Cincinnati Reds. The LA Angels are in town tomorrow for the first of 4 games. We'll be on the air following the game with Blue Jays Talk. If we couldn't get to you tonight, please call back. I'm sure the storyline will be the same. Frankly, the questions will probably be the same. And, of course, Blair and Barker tomorrow from 4 to 6 Eastern on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and Sportsnet. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Stephenville and Grand Falls, Windsor, Newfoundland. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection.
This has been Major League Baseball play-by-play on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app. Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game!
It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet! Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
It is bedlam in the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top.
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather. A swing and a drive to deep left center.
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play. Oh, my.
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall.
Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it.
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
I don't believe what I just saw. And the way the right voice can make a moment live forever. Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Outsiders may think this is just 2 teams.
A ball, a bat, and a microphone. But no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
He struck it out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series.
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM. All rise.
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play. 4.
Get up. Get up.
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow. Talk about the game and all the stories on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app.
On Sirius 158, XM 187 and Internet 851. Angels on Internet 852. 9:40 p.m. Oakland A's take on the Tampa Bay Rays. A's on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 859. Rays on Internet 866. 10:10 p.m. LA Dodgers take on the Seattle Mariners. Dodgers on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 853, Mariners on Internet 864, Spanish feed on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Wednesday, August the 21st. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:10 p.m. New York Mets take on the Baltimore Orioles. Mets on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 857. Orioles on Internet 842. 2:10 p.m. Houston Astros take on the Boston Red Sox. Astros on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 850. Red Sox on Internet 843. 2:35 p.m. Texas Rangers face the Pittsburgh Pirates. Rangers on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 867. Pirates on Internet 861. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 3:45 p.m. San Francisco Giants take on the Chicago White Sox. Giants on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 863. White Sox on Internet 845. 6:40 p.m. San Diego Padres take on the Minnesota Twins. Padres on Sirius 119, XM 180, and Internet 862. Twins on Internet 856. 6:40 p.m. Miami Marlins taking the Arizona Diamondbacks. Marlins on Sirius 106, XM 179 and Internet 854. Diamondbacks on Internet 840. 6:45 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the Colorado Rockies. Nationals on Sirius 137, XM 181 and Internet 869. Rockies on Internet 848. 7:05 p.m. New York Yankees take on the Cleveland Guardians. Yankees on Sirius 138, XM 182 and Internet 858. Guardians on Internet 847.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows